Hello. Man, thirsty. Wow, now that I'm reading that, a little weird. What do you mean by the way? The heck is going on out there? should be enough loot. Hurt his nose. Plus, you know, it's getting in a fight over there.
Hello? Does anybody have a mic? TTV, do you have a mic?
Yes, do you?
Yes. What's so funny?
Nothing.
Thank you. Are you streaming? TTV? Hello?
Sorry, there's a... Yep.
Are you streaming?
Yes.
No way. We're famous?
What?
I'm famous?
You are? Or am I?
No, I'm asking, am I famous now?
Sure.
No way. You probably have like millions of people watching you.
Nope.
Thanks for following.
No problem.
Oh my god, pick it up, you bot. They're fighting, I'm scared.
Soccer skins can't be scared, buddy.
Okay.
Great.
Hell no, man. You can hear me. What?
Link from the thing them call chicks is for kids and we don't play games. Straight business, baby girl. Sign it on the track. Hear what I'm saying?
Tú que le vas a ver que está con Gonzalo. No, le sigues, no, mira. Abrí la ventita nomás, no. Teo. No, decía tú. No.
No. Nice. You guys are pros. There's one more. There's one more. One more guy. Lego.
Tú que le dije a Gonzalo, le sigues eliminado.
Did I fix it, Ada Krog?
Here.
Here. Wow, have 2 launch pads.
Oh, Katie.
Oh. Hello. You can hear everything twice.
So,
Do it. Go that way. Oh wow. Aggressive. Anybody have assault rifle ammo? Thank you. Oh wow. Thank you.
What an easy win. Wow. Wow. Where is what is touching my neck? Anyway. The heck?
Hello? Hello? Okay, onwards. It's weird.
Ahora sí puedo abrir una diferencia.
Ow.
Gente.
Oh. Gave us support.
Hablan, aquí estamos, gente. ¿Cómo eran?
Oh, amigo.
Tarjeta, agarra, mi tarjeta. Paz. Tarjeta.
No. Amigo número 2. That hit me. Oof. 150. Jeez. Hello, does anybody have a mic?
Yes, su verga. Multinivel de piloto.
I found a clan.
Dijo que somos de su clan.
No, que somos de un clan. Yes.
Y esos gays.
It's scary.
Es que
¿Qué?
es que
¿Qué dijo?
lo que dice Lil Pump.
¿Qué dijo?
Es que
It's scary.
¿Qué es Scared?
It's scary.
creo que te entendió.
Yo creo que igual, pero yo a él no.
Es que eres como viva la vida loca.
No,
Sí,
Oh, creo que habla español.
los
un
dos.
coquito.
No, qué bien.
Oh.
Bueno,
Oye, te han dicho que
ya está
tienes voz de
decidido.
robot.
Un poquito.
¿De dónde eres, bro?
Yo soy de Texas.
Órale.
¿Y ustedes?
De México, México.
México, órale, güey.
Órale, güey. Me agrada, me agrada.
Oh, no, amigo. Amigo.
¡No lo vi! Abrí la puerta y...
Au. Hay dos.
Dale con la silla, dale con la silla.
Oh, no.
Bueno, pues creo que este está perdido. ¿Quién opina lo mismo?
No, son cuatro.
¿Qué?
Oh.
I didn't see.
I did.
About you.
Pues nada más tengo este. Bueno, bueno.
Ya, vete, por favor. Agárrese el coche y vámonos.
Vámonos.
Dale gas.
¿Creen que pueda recoger sus fichas rápido e irme?
No sé, no creo.
Ya creo ya no lo alcanzo.
Creo que a mí no me alcanzas.
Márcame bien dónde estás para que seas el primero en recoger.
Estamos los tres juntos, pegados. Si te alcanza el tiempo. Si es que vas en putiza a recoger primero la de guardián.
Oh, what a pro. Uno más, uno más, uno más. Yay.
Bueno, ahora
Ahorita le
dónde
dio
los
un
voy a
este-
revivir.
Pues arriba hay mucha gente peleando, así que...
Podría aprovechar el bug. Y nos vamos corriendo como ratas.
No, vete a otro lugar. Vete a...
¿Verdad?
No, aquí va a haber gente. Puedes ir como... Agarra un carro y vete como por aquí. ¿Qué pasó, bebé Sauria?
Dale, voy.
Vas para allá. A Lonely Lodge.
No hay patinete.
No.
Okay.
We can do it. We can do it.
We can
Yo sí
do
puedo.
it. Sí se puede. Sí se puede.
Sí se puede. Sí se puede.
Órale.
Órale.
Night forever, bros.
Oh no.
Ah.
Hazlo. Tú puedes. No te ven.
Nos vamos corriendo en chinga,
Es el game.
Tenemos que correr.
Sí.
Detrás de estos arbustos hay unos escopetas.
Go.
Get out of here.
Ah, fíjate, fue el último que me revivió. Corran.
Go. Ay. They don't see us. Keep going, boys.
Mini,
Bueno,
¿qué
mire.
haces ahí?
Operation, get the hell out. Work. Oh, slave. Yay.
¡Ah! Rompí mi cofre.
We're back.
We can win.
Yes, we can. Sí se puede.
Es como su... Yo fui black. No, my god.
Hey,
Como
amigo.
ese sexy.
Donald Trump is un puto.
Yes.
Boom.
Puto.
Puto fish.
Tomen.
Yo tengo
Here,
uno.
I'm here.
Aquí hay un...
Okay, where is it? Okay, it's that way.
Apúrense. Que venir la máquina del poder.
Bueno, al menos ya todos creo que tenemos escopeta, ¿no? Y escudo.
Oye, encontramos como 3 de esas madres.
God, how far is this thing?
Dios mío, ¿dónde se fue mi bebé? ¿Qué onda? Sí, una de sobra, sí. Pero es táctica. Ah, bueno, pues no.
Uy.
La chingada. No, con mi amigo.
What?
You are so far from us.
Yes, we are. But I'm going back.
No. We
Oh.
are...
Oh, por mis amigos. ¿Ah? Oh.
Agarren, chicas. Se la voy a dejar a Brandini.
Bueno,
La verga, no mames, Brandini, tú estás hasta Perú.
me dijeron que me habían...
Now they make me jump.
Sí. Brandini, ¿qué onda? ¿Dónde andas?
Oh,
Estoy visitando Estados Unidos.
¿Dónde está la gente? No, what?
Pero en...
48 esta vez. Don't fight.
Kind of forced to.
No me jodas. Es porque a mí. Una-
Oh my god.
Estaba tomando un video.
You still did it. Oh no.
Brandini es un all.
Es un hijo de puta. Ah,
Buen
GG,
juego.
man.
GG,
buena,
amigos.
buena. GG.
I stream
Muy
on Twitch.
bueno.
Come see me.
Ah, estás streameando.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Man, what's up with the 2 tryhards not getting on? Mark don't want to get on. Fire Chi-Chi's don't want to get on.
I have no idea where he is.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, he might be at his dad's house. That's why.
Ah, and he's not going to want to play. Or
Yeah.
he's playing with his friends, but they sent me a friend request. I took it. I accepted it.
Dude, that kid, you pumped that kid for 142 in the noggin.
I know I hit 2 of those in the game. I was just like, what the heck? Well, not that game, but the game before, and then I hit that kid, and I was just like, really? Did they take away headshots again? Oh, I meant to do duos. That's alright, we can play squads. Whatever.
Yeah. I've been
Anyways.
playing like a bot recently, so I don't think I'm gonna be doing really good.
Oh, okay, me too.
And my stomach hurts.
Oh, someone took a dump in my restroom? I can smell it. That's the problem when you have the room next to the restroom. No bueno.
Same here.
Got in my mouth.
Ugh.
Wait, you have your room next to the restroom?
Yeah, but I have my door closed, so I can't.
Oh, no, too late.
I do not ingest fumes.
Yeah, I always open my mouth at the worst times. It's weird. The worst thing I hate is when I'm on the toilet and someone calls me. And it's like a call you have to answer. Oh man, I hate that. Like, I don't want to talk while I'm doing my business. It's just not sanitary. Okay, drop my gun.
I don't have them.
Oh, I'll drop you
Okay.
something.
Chester.
Oh, you're not
I'm
actually.
fine now.
You're shooting at me. You've been still playing creative, try to get better. Oh, someone got lit up.
I can't play with anyone though.
Why not? Oh my god.
White. Oh.
Look at that. Those are teammates right
What?
there. Those are
Oh.
teammates, my friend. One's taking care of the guy, the other guy's fighting.
I'm coming.
No, don't thirst us. Ow! Why you choose me?
I can't see because there's so many things, dude.
Alright, no biggie.
There's actually 20 things on
It's
it.
one guy.
Oh my, how do you have so many mats? I wanna know how this kid has so many mats. How does he have every map in the game?
110, that's not bad. That's not bad.
How does he have that many mats?
I was doing good. Okay, there you go. I'm back to that. I was doing good yesterday, but today I'm not doing good because I took my dog for a walk and I ate before, and for some reason my little tummy was hurting, and now it's still hurting, and now I'm recovering right now. So
Yesterday you were popping off.
for real, I was hitting everything. Are you back at your mom's place?
Yeah.
Oh. Sound normal. Hello, anybody have a mic? Hello.
I assume not, because it's just, yeah, no one ever does.
Yeah. I've been lucky. I give people a mics, but they just don't speak my language.
Exactly. That's, or I don't, the times I do. that
Yeah.
happens.
And then I run into other TTVs, by the way.
They never use their mic.
No. I'm the only TTV that uses it.
There's not a single TTV that uses their mic that I remember. Like, every single one I find.
Shoot that on me. Oh, man. I think my head gets fuzzy because I don't know if y'all have the same trees in Georgia, but they drop that pollen. The
Oh, what trees?
It's brown stuff. I don't know if you have those in Georgia.
Oh, what kind of trees?
I don't know. I don't know what's.
Because we have pine trees.
Oh yeah.
Lots of pine trees.
We have mesquite trees. I think that's what we're known for.
I've never heard that kind of tree.
Mesquite.
Oh. Yeah. Xbox, by the way.
Oh yeah. Well, we have palm trees too, but that's only Corpus. Oh, the other guy left. He was like, "Yeah, they talk too much."
Dude, I need ammo for my pump. I have 5 shots. Cause oh. No.
Of course, it's up top. Was it up top?
Hey, and we have zone.
Everybody wanna be like me.
Farm.
Everybody wanna be like me. Everybody wanna be like me. Bust down big chains and dress fancy.
Thanks for hosting me. Shoot TV. Really appreciate it. Did you hear 2 things, by the way, while I was streaming? Like, did I sound like I was double?
I have not really.
Oh. You didn't have the volume turned up?
I did.
Oh.
You just had that voice changer on as well.
Ah. That was me, indeed.
So much metal here, dude.
For real, though.
I'm already at 240, 250. Still going up.
Can I nail it? Whoa! Freaking good. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Oh, turn. There we go. How did I know? Oh, there's 3 ballers here. That's always fun. Did you watch?
Especially when you have a squad of 3.
Oh, yeah.
Did I watch who?
Did you watch the Fortnite World Cuppy thingy?
No. It's boring. I don't like watching this.
Really? Oh, shock.
Because the people that are narrating don't know what they're talking about.
They always have that one guy that looks like he's homeless.
Yeah.
Get me on there with my mic. I'll commentate. I'll talk about them 90s.
Also, like the one I don't know which one it was, but they actually know what they're talking about. Dr. Lupo and Courage. They actually know what they're talking about.
Did Dr. Lupo qualify? I think so, right?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't playing it, but he was
There's
like...
a lot of bars. Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, I wanted him to.
I don't really watch Dr. Lupo, so.
No. Not a lot of people do.
He's a good player, it's just.
It's just weird. Oh. I got a half pot and I got minis. I'm just being a bad teammate. Sorry, I'll go to you for the minis.
I just went through this. I am very confused.
Don't say that, you're a man. I told some guy that he came to our car lot and he would give us inspection stickers, and he was like, I was talking to him and I was like, oh yeah, well I'm only gonna send like 3 or 4 at a time because then I'm gonna get confused. And then he was just like, whoa, like he thought I was like, that I was saying I'm confused, like if I'm gay or something. And I was like, no, my friend. How do you get that from that? I gave you a sentence with it, you know? Like, come on. I didn't just go, hey, I'm confused. Like, oh, okay.
How do you think about sexuality when you say you're confused anyways?
I don't know. Hayden Croc says, can I play? No. No. We'll invite you after this one.
We shall not play uninstall game. Dude, I'm at 700 more metal right now.
How's your computer hanging out with the resolutions?
Right now, I am at a current 66.4 30 res, and I'm getting like a solid 100 frames.
Nice.
My computer can handle it. It's just, it's not the best computer, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna get that 2080 Ti, but then I was like, let me hold on. My bank account's looking a little low, so I am going to wait.
Yeah. The thing, I think the graphics are like, how much is it? Like 1,100, 1,200 bucks.
Yeah, it's not cheap. I don't understand why they're so dang expensive.
Get a Radeon or an AMD. That's what I'm about to do.
I'll have to change my
AMD.
motherboard.
Oh.
Because I have the i7. Oh.
Well, I thought that like I thought it said, I was reading something that said that it was compatible with both. Like Intel was compatible with AMD.
Really?
For the most part. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure if it's true.
All I know is it cost me a lot of money to put this thing together. It was ridiculous. It was the price of a freaking car. You know?
Exactly. If you want a really nice computer, it can go up to like thousands, dude.
Yeah. I was watching some guy on the old internet, and he had a $10,000 full tower PC, and I was like, golly. And then he was playing Fortnite, and he wasn't even getting like 200 frames per second. I was like, what the heck? So why get the freaking $10,000 computer, you know?
Well, that's more of a, I'm assuming that computer is more of a, like editing kind of style computer.
I'm pretty sure. Well, it had an AMD, which that's what I didn't understand. It had an AMD 5. So when I get this, it's 7, right? That's the best one?
Probably.
Or is 5 the best one?
I don't know. I don't typically get AMD stuff, so I have no idea. But
Same.
it sounds about right because it's a higher number.
Right.
But it doesn't necessarily mean it. Because there's some Intel processors that are like the i5. Some i5s, some i3s are better than i7. Just depends on which one you get.
Going up. Yeah. Okay. Oh, all right. Almost there.
Dude, I'm grinding these mats, dude. I'm gonna get max wood. I already have max.
Yeah. All right. Made it.
I have decent loot. So.
Ooh. I'm gonna make you happy.
Why?
Just for you, my friend. I'll meet you down there, and then I come back here and pick up my bow.
Alright, dude. Earlier today, I was
actually-
playing solos. I got
let's-
so mad because
Unless you want to come up here.
epic. Yeah, I'll get there in just a second. But I was playing solos, and I pushed this duo, and I did 100 damage to both of them with the bow. And it's so stupid because I got one from the dude. I could have, and like I lasered it down. Hit him like 24, 24, 48. He was actually 2 HP.
Oh yeah, those are the worst. And you're like, God dang it, I should have freaking killed that kid. I don't know why. Oh. Okay, okay, all right, slow it down, Tiger. Not too fast.
I'm at 331, 325, and 99. Other people?
What is RIP of baseball? Oh, you're fighting people?
No, I was asking because you're like screaming.
Oh no, it's
So
part of
where's
the show.
Stuff?
It's on the very top. What? Oh, he's fighting somebody. Yeah, he has no more shield.
Well, okay, yep, that kid was a solo.
He stream
There's any
snipes
better-
me.
If there's any better ARs, hit me up because I have a gray.
Yeah, there's one right here. Everybody wanna be like me. Everybody wanna be like me.
What gun is that? I cannot get up here.
Saudi,
Oh,
I'm
there's a-
sick at holding thread. It's alright, little bud. You take care of yourself. Oh, God. My goodness. I'm not even playing the game. I'm just trying to figure out how to use the ball. I can't get up there. Yeah, okay, alright. Here we go. We're getting there. Oh, hey. Alright. Sweet. Got there.
You know, I'm picking up the blue infantry.
What?
I'm a cool kid.
Are you sick too?
Yeah.
Oh, is it blue pump? Got it.
Yeah.
I would like that blue pump.
I saw another blue. What is it? Is that a blue AR? Not tell. No, that's another blue pump.
Yeah, I should really be looting, but I'm just messing around.
I have decent loot, so I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not like, oh, I need something, you know, like, Fire GG, oh, give me the heavy sniper, I need it. You know, I'm not like that. But...
Alright, that's 168. We're just trying to 170. Oh! This one. Oh, okay, I'm stupid. Alright, yes. This. Okay.
Where?
I'm not.
Where'd you put? Where'd you put my ball?
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, okay.
Time to farm up.
If I hit this, guys, you owe me $100. 1.
I wish.
2. Aim it, aim it, aim it, aim it. Oh! So close.
I'm coming.
No, they're fighting down here. Actually, this is gonna be whoever we fight at the end of the game.
Oh, they're sniping as well.
Yeah, they are. They're not happy.
Box this ball up.
100 bits if you win.
Oh, that was so close.
Cool.
Oh!
Whoa.
Someone. We still have zone.
Yeah, we're set up for endgame.
No idea where they are. Oh, they're right there.
What the heck?
I could not. Oh, attack on 149 blue. Building?
The guy that's running?
No. He's right here. Oh, whose bow is that?
I don't know.
I fell. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Can someone like push my ball down or something?
Where's your
There.
ball?
Oh my goodness, dude. Just chill. I'm gonna try to make my way back.
Pushing it. Yeah. Oh god, I don't want to risk it.
Alright, I'm back. No!
Oh!
No!
You can have my ball. My bad.
I'll take those soldiers. Alright, 11 kids. This is very...
It's intense
risky.
down there.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids. Wow, that's all. Those are the only kids left.
Whoops. Right? Didn't mean to do that. Don't mean don't do that. I cannot see any of those sweats.
Exactly, they're all right there. I see one. Oh, it was right in between his legs. I saw it.
That's what she said?
How'd that hit the ground? I have 26 shots in my sniper. Dude. I missed the easiest snipes. Oh, and he fell. Okay.
Alright.
Do we want to get him? Because that's a full squad. Full squad. Watch out, they have a bow. They are right there. Dude, he hits. He's really close. Alright, we're about to have to 2v4 these kids. John.
We got this.
Oh, that was right next. Woo! Wait, they have low ground, and they need to us. If we just spray them, dude.
Yeah, we got this.
34 white.
Hoping I can
That
hit
kid
one.
right there, the kid at the very front is flesh.
Hoping to hit one with a snipe.
Oh, kid on this one. 35 blue.
Not a smart play, not a smart play. Woo. 100
Got
BDs. My goodness.
They have Omega wait, they're dead.
Oh, one
They
got a
might
ball.
actually die to Storm. They're gonna die to Storm.
Not this guy, there's one coming up.
Oh. Oh, he's the guy that got our ball.
Yeah.
He's dead to Storm. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what that kid was doing. Yeah, these kids are dead to Storm. We won.
Other than the guy with the ball.
Oh, they're right here.
Oh, they...
Mine. He's off.
Nice.
Full killed.
Nice. So, where's the other guy?
We won. They're right here, dude. They have to be. Yeah.
Yay! No kill challenge. I did it again.
We had 3 total kills.
Yay!
Wow, that was a very good game. Shazambo. He's sad that he left.
No, you would have got a free win. Oh.
Yep.
What a way to win.
Exactly.
Thank you for the 100 bits, The Truth TV. At least you're man your word, my friend. Okay.
I told you we were winning, dude. I was like, they're going to die to Storm.
But how did the guy die with the ball?
He
Hello?
was in. He died to Storm.
Hello.
Bro, that's a
Died
nice
to
one right there. I saw that.
Yeah.
I
I
did
don't know
the-
what that kid's plan was.
I did the no kill challenge. Freaking.
I think we've all done that.
And I lasered so many kids.
I won 2 games today without even killing one person. Just want to throw that
Oh,
out there.
I won
Yeah.
1 game today, and I was the only one left, and I had to kill 3-person squad and did it.
Dude, I thought we were gonna die.
Yeah. But I mean, they were trying to get up the highest mountain in Fortnite. Yeah.
Exactly. They honestly.
They
weren't gonna
lost
make it out.
when they started
Are you
fighting
guys
those other people.
gonna stay up holding thread, or
Mm-hmm.
are you gonna stay up like and play later tonight?
I'm gonna stay up as long as I can. That or until my knees and my feet stop. Okay, I'm trying to word that right. So I
Knees
can't
and
feel
feet,
my
sir.
feet. Yeah. Till they start buckling.
Well, I might have to go on like 20 or 30 minutes just to go eat, and I'll be back.
Same
I don't
here.
know
I
if
don't
they'll
know
do
when I'm eating. Oh, we're going sunny. Okay.
Feeling all cheered. 500 bits. GG. Mother trucker. Nice.
Wow. Brother donates to you? Wow, that's nice. If I
Yeah.
stream, James would not donate.
No, he would just
Hey.
ask for your guns.
Yeah. He'd donate, say, give me all your loot.
Yeah.
That's all he would do.
Give me your heavy sniper.
Alright, blue pump, green AK at start.
We're gonna, okay, man. Time to play with the little man before
Full
he goes
shield
to
as
bed.
well.
All right, later, dude. You have a good night. Or if you're not
Dude, I
having a
have
good
full
night,
shield.
come on back.
Or
But
green
I got a
AK.
blue pump for somebody, and there's a green pump over here.
Sunny is the place, and no one landed here.
Bro, I love Sunny because I freaking always get good loot. Just a god place for me, bro. Holding thread, you want my blue pump or no?
Yeah, I'll take it. Anyways, there's probably like
there's a
20 of
thing.
them here.
Bro, I already got a
Loot
blue
for someone?
pump. So.
Oh, nice.
Crocker, you shouldn't have taken that slurp out of the mini.
There's one right in front of me. I can take it to get a little shield.
You're not gonna be a max, but you'll be close.
Yeah, and then I have 2 extra. So.
500 biddies.
Bro, my ping is at 400 right now.
Whoa.
Mine's at 40.
Whoa. Mine's at 43.
Ronald, what's wrong with this thing, bro? I'm at
And you're
480.
That's pretty good.
Holding thread, what was wrong with your stream earlier? Because you could hear everything you did twice.
I don't know.
Bro,
Because
when you
whenever you talked, whenever you changed guns, whenever you shot a gun, you could hear
Oh,
everything.
you probably had two things that you thought you were. That's my guess.
Is it
Bro,
doing
I
it right
need-
now?
No, it's not. It fixed after. It was doing it like. Did you see me ask if I could play earlier?
Yes.
Did you answer? I didn't even know if you answered or not because I had to go.
I did. I answered rudely, and I was like, "No, I'm not gonna invite you." And then I was like, "I'll invite you after this game." Then you went on, so then Phantom Void was in my lobby. Played some random squares, and here we are.
Yeah, we
God,
won.
is this? Bro, I don't know what's wrong with my ping. It's been at. Oh my God! Finally, it's down to.
Oh, we have to go zone.
We don't have to move yet because we have the volcano right there. We could go on the storm center to move. It's fine.
I'm gonna go over to this like expedition outpost kind of thing to get some
Look, holding to.
dollars and loot.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. All I had was an infantry.
Everybody have minis or something?
I
Yeah.
had 5.
Oh well, he can hit you up.
Yeah.
Easy old man.
Isn't this Fire TG's brother?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
but they're nothing alike.
No kidding, Fire GG's more of a.
It's a big mouth,
Yeah.
very aggressive.
But he's
He thinks
he's
he's
good at-
better than every single kid in the game.
Mm-hmm.
good at Fortnite, but he trash talks
He's
a lot.
good, yeah, he's good, but he trash talks. And whenever he tries to act funny, it's just cringy.
Right. That's the truth.
He's always like anytime like I try to play with him. Like there was one time, like it used to be like anytime I played with him and went to and we were like going to playground or something like that. He'd always just make fun of me to try to get the kid to be like to try to befriend the other kid.
Mm. He's not
And then
older
he'd
than
be
you,
like,
right?
Nope,
Is he older than you?
nope. Yeah, I'm 1 year older or half
Oh.
a year older.
It's part of being brothers, man.
Mhm.
Someone's landing on him?
Definitely has a higher voice. Oh my God! Holy crap,
Is there a kid?
Yeah.
bro! Our kid.
There's actually two of them.
I'm coming. No baller.
Well, I'm just saying I'm dead right now.
Was it an RPG?
Bro, what is? How? Where'd these people come from?
Was it an RPG or was it a free one? Hello?
Shotgun? Dang it, dude.
Another
I knocked
kid
one
right
of them. There's two of them. One of them knocked. They're probably gonna pick up his buddy. Attaboy.
Another. That kid's
Bro, you're
no
set if they don't take off that foot. You're set right now.
shield. Let's go, dude.
Bro, grab both of our things.
Oh!
Yeah.
Bro, I had a purple pump and everything. Can I have my pump back and everything?
Well. Oh yeah, there's a respawn bin right after that.
That will
It
be
is
alright.
right
I'll
above
keep
you.
your guys' loot. Staying there.
Dang, bro.
Cause I'm not fire GG.
You can just revive us. It's all right there, anyways.
Yeah, you should go to the van and get
You guys need loot though, because I don't know where some of the loot might have gotten mixed, so I can tell you some.
my purple
Easiest squad
pump
wipe,
you
dude.
kind of have. And
These guys are bots.
Yeah.
bro, where'd those people come from though?
I have no idea.
From the volcano.
Where my ball go? Did it fall all the way down here?
Holy crap. My God. Bro, we gotta go get our loot and get out of here.
Yeah, grab your loot and dip. I have a launch pad. 2 launch pads to get up.
There
to
you
the
go.
volcano.
We got this.
There's a ramp I'm building.
Bandies right there.
I got 13 bandages.
We might get top, but Yeah, we're all tapped, but we should be okay. Just take the ramp that I built and go to zone. Oh, it took 9.
Ammo's a problem.
Yeah, I know. I got you. John, how are you on ammo?
No bueno, but it's alright. I'm hanging out.
I'll drop you guys stuff. I'll drop you a third of everything in zone, and then
I have
goodness.
a blue pump for somebody.
Yeah, I got a blue.
Yeah, I've got a purple. So. Alright, so
Oh, come here. We can both take a couple bandages.
I'm dropping a third of
Actually, just go.
That was a mistake. Hold on. I need to drop 2/3 of everything.
Oh, we might.
Here, drop
Should've
all your
kept
ammo
it.
whenever you get over here. No, it's fine.
We got this.
Oh, no, I'm not even. I'm not.
And one of you is gonna pick it up and then split everything. So whoever has,
I'll drop over.
yeah, just split everything.
I will. Okay, come here. I'm glad
Split everything
here's
for John
some bandages.
in the box.
There's 4 bandages in here. You
Yeah,
still have
there's
those
a
launch pads
drop
that
over
you're
there.
talking about?
Oh, that's fine.
Well, I don't need this blue pump, but I don't.
Go check out that drop.
You're okay. I will.
Yeah, just split all the ammo that I dropped. Wait, John.
Oh wow.
There we go. Now everyone should have basically.
Here's one more shotgun shell. Getting.
I'll take it because I need it.
I'll go grab this drop real quick. There's a half.
Oh, I need some freaking materials too, because I'm low in that.
Go ahead and farm up and there's another half on. There's a half out where I marked over there, and then
Taking
there's
this
half
big.
out.
Okay, I'm gonna get. You still have those launch pads?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Dusty and get some materials. Holding that, are you?
Yeah. You know it.
Oh, Forge, I see a kid. One kid.
Where? I see him. Watch this. Oh, watch out. Oh, no scope, dude. Get out of my lobby, kid. No, emo.
Oh, there's one more.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh,
never
Fudge,
mind.
I didn't know.
There's
Oh,
one more
there's
on
a
me.
purple pump.
He's on flesh. I was gonna try to protect that kid. Alright, now I do. Now I do.
So let's go. Let's use these launch
So
pads.
whoever got
Don't worry about mats. We can get
got all
mats
of them.
later.
Let's get out of here.
We can outrun it.
Think so?
I think so.
I don't. It's fine. I have bandages.
If you want, I can
Oh
still
yeah.
launch pad.
Oh no, we can outrun it. We got
I
this.
think.
Oh
Never
yeah,
mind.
for
That kid
sure.
moved. I no scope that kid.
Bro, there should be a campfire at this place. If you...
Yeah.
True that. We'll use it
could,
and abuse
I don't think we're. Oh wait, where? Oh, I don't. Well, it's inside. Yeah, I don't think we can really.
we can
okay.
use it for like 10 health and we'll be fine.
That's true. Well, it should be good for the most part, because it's still a minute. Takes like 30 seconds for it to get over.
Come
Just go
on,
ahead and
come
start
on.
it.
Use it, abuse it, use it, abuse it, use it, abuse it.
See, we might get full health.
Oh yeah. Full health. Gotta love it.
Did you guys not grab this half box?
I have one.
Yeah, I got hit.
Hold on.
Feels bad, man.
Dude, I hate how it didn't say that it was a no scope. That's what I'm mad about.
Can I take this big pot real quick?
Major
Wow. Huge
kill
fight.
fight.
Wait.
I tagged the
Oh,
ball.
you scared the crap out of me. I was like, wait. Who beamed me in the head?
My lips were just got so dry that I couldn't speak. Like, that's why I said, I was gonna say there's a huge build fight, but I said there's a huge build. Because I could not talk. Oh, no, I'm on each other.
Oh yeah.
Kind of chest.
Oh shit. Yeah. Full shield for everyone. GG's.
All I need is a better assault rifle, and I'm set up for endgame. I got a green AK. Ugh.
So
Green
there's
AR.
a green AR here.
I'd rather take that green AR.
See, with the AK, you have to be able to hit your shots. If you don't hit every shot, then the AK's pointless.
You gotta do that first time accuracy. First shot.
Oh, are you not at max, John? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh.
Oh yeah. Oh, my ADD's going off. Hey yo, Edward Hardison's hero. Welcome.
You guys want to get this mountain, or you guys just want to go back here, kind of? You guys want to get?
Well,
You can get up
this
there.
mountain... What is that? It is. It's gonna be contested though. There's probably kids already up there. Yeah, there's kids already up there.
What
I'll invite you
is-
after.
Yes or no?
Don't go to it.
Just
One of them
probably,
is a ball. They might come down. here.
probably TTVs, by
Dude,
the way.
imagine hitting one of these, like, just imagine like a yeet!
Or like 360, no scoping it.
I feel like we should go on a building and check the building out.
Why?
This building.
Huh. They're looking
Watch
at me
how they're
now.
shooting.
I didn't need that.
You know how to make a
Oh,
person I can be one. I don't know how
Oh,
to
the
do it on
balloon is so
YouTube.
bad on this gun. I can't
I-
hit anything.
Yeah,
I've done
watch
it
out
on
for behind us
Twitch.
as well.
So I'm just getting out of here. Let's just go. Screw these people. They're bad.
Hit one for 90.
Nice.
The guy on top of the hill.
Kill getting in. 2 kills over to our
People behind us.
West?
People behind us right here.
over to our west. Oh, I'm getting RPG.
Oh my goodness, so bad.
It's just man. Oh my goodness!
Off with RPG. 49, 25 on one.
Be careful, there's still people.
Oh, no shield on one guy. He's trying to heal up.
Another guy is trying to go
Oh,
right
I got sniped to the left. No way. Oh, they broke it from behind. Oh, feels bad, man. Crawling down.
Actually, I'm
One's
gonna
a
go
shield,
help
crack
him.
shots in the shield.
Oh, no. Oh, he was. Oh, yeah, they're trying to thirst me. Leave me alone. No. Wow, why are you thirsting me, bro? Wow. Why you gotta thirst me?
I thirsted this guy, so
It's a
Did the crack
2v2.
shot come over to you? Oh, there he is.
he's right up.
Oh! GG's, come on. GG's.
There's another guy.
mats,
There's two
need mats.
guys in Tilted.
Can you drop me some mats?
I don't have any mats, bro.
Did you collect his respawn card?
No, I
No,
didn't.
they're actually on me. They're getting my stuff.
Ow! Get in the ball! Run! Ow! I'm dead. Where are you? I need help really bad. Give me help. Get help.
Oh man,
Help.
they're mad.
No, my top! Please!
Oh, attaboy Crocker Pot. Watch out, there's
Knocked
one
two of
more
them with
behind
my
the wall.
RPG.
Oh,
Oh, that kid's a laser, dude.
you got this.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah. Wait, when did he get
Let's
shield?
go!
Nice. You can
There's
pick us
so
up.
much loot there.
Oh no, you can't. You
Wait,
got
there's a
this,
respawn
Crocker
van in,
Pot.
there's a respawn. Oh wait, no, that's not.
Yeah, but it's out of zone.
Should I pick this up or
Oh,
not?
grab my minis, grab my minis.
I'd snipe them. They're still on the mountain. They haven't even moved.
Grab the normal scarf with this rest.
I will. I hate this.
Oh, it's a
rest.
1v2.
Uh-oh, they're coming in. At least one is. There's one guy to your right.
Yeah, he's behind you. Up on the mountain. I see him.
There he is.
Nah, this ain't happening.
Break him down. Shoot our
I have no idea what I'm
Use the
doing.
RPG, use it to your advantage.
No. So close.
Bro, I'm sorry about that. Oh.
It's fine.
GG's. We had 12 kills though. That's nice. GG's.
Yep. What can you do?
Bro, I can't believe I killed all those people with my RPG though, could you?
I got the rest of my back.
Same dude. I gotta go pee.
Is another person playing with us or what? Hello? Is another person or can I invite one of my friends? Hello? Frick. Can you talk?
Alright, I'm back.
Link thread. Hello?
Alright. Okay.
This other person. Hannah, Tom, or do you have Mike? Holding dead. I'm gonna leave and rejoin because this other person does not show that he's in my thing. Never
It should
mind.
be fine.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
I
you're
can't.
fine. It's ready up. Everybody ready up.
I'm ready up, ain't I?
We're
Yeah.
waiting for server now.
Yeah.
Alright,
probably
who's ready to catch a
confused.
dub?
Because it's like, what are we going to play against? Mobiles or console? Trying to figure it out. It's busting the logarithms.
I wish.
Nothing but mobiles, right? That'd be nice.
This kid has to be a mobile player, dude. There's no way he's not.
He hard? Yeah, he is.
No.
Cool.
Big Black's 22. He's using powder.
Now I can see him.
Never seen that
Nicky
dance.
It's the new one. Okay.
Ah.
Vertex OCT, that could sound.
Hey, Crocopot, can you share my stream, by the way?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. I shared my stream yesterday, and like I can only do it twice out of the week. Because if not, then Facebook gets mad.
Oh, Big Blacks and Vertex both think the bus driver.
I'll do it.
No rush, just whenever.
After this match, I'm gonna host you. If it's gonna do anything, I have no idea, but I shall do it.
Okay, I shared it to 2 people. 2 groups, sorry.
Cool. Appreciate it. I wish my Facebook would do like kind of how Twitch gives me alerts. My Facebook thing is not working for some reason.
I feel like I'm playing like a
I am
bar now.
dead. Somebody's in my house. Never mind.
You hang in there. Don't give up that easy.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna go eat.
I don't know how soon.
Oh.
Holy crap.
I'm ready to laser some noobs.
Bro, there is people on me like freaking crazy.
Dude, I only
Leave us
have
alone, right, Yard? I'm just trying to
Bro, I'm dead.
play a game of Fortnite.
You aren't dead. Just stick in there. Oh.
I told you, all these people are just lazy.
How do you even stop them already? How do you even stop them already? This game is so bad. Holy Christ.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, we're dead.
You weren't kidding. Oh.
How does he have a shotgun already?
TTV, by the way. Better me than you.
Alright, hold up. I'm finna host your stream.
You gonna host it?
I don't really know how to host.
What, on Twitch?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would help out. If people go
I
watch
don't
you.
really get, but I mean, and maybe. Alright, how do I host?
If you had a Facebook, which that's weird that you and him don't have a Facebook, that would be
I have
so.
one. I just
Oh.
don't use it.
Ah. I said that's more. That gives me more like views than anything. The Facebook.
Alright, how do I host you?
You have to go to. You can look at my stream. You go to Twitch. You go to your settings. I think it's
Well, that is Black Hole down.
creator dashboard. Yeah, creator dashboard, and then to your right it says, "Oh man, these are all the people hosting me."
You see that?
Hosting you? Wow, a lot of people are hosting me. And then you do
Uh-oh.
to your right, host. You type in my name. Wow, look at all these people hosting me. Who'd have thunk it?
Alright,
Yeah.
there we go.
Everybody wanna be like me. Ooh, yeah. Everybody wanna be like me. Everybody wanna be like me. Bust down big chains and dress fancy.
Thanks for the host, Zaktura. I like your name on Twitch. It's cool.
Thanks.
Man,
I
Okay.
want to stream, but I cannot. Because my computer is hot garbage.
well, if you get a 2080 Ti, you basically buy a car.
Yeah.
Apparently, they put some software in there that's supposed to like help computers with lesser equipment. Everybody won't be like me. Everybody won't be like me. I want to get the 2080 Ti, but I have
How many views do you have on your stream?
I'd recommend getting the 1080, in my opinion.
well, I have the 1080.
Oh, you
Holding
do?
thread, how many views do you
Get
have?
the Titan V Pro.
Like, what do you
No,
mean?
no, no,
People
the
watching?
V Pro.
Yeah.
Right now, but this thing lies to me a lot. Apparently, I have 4 people watching.
That
But it lies to me a lot.
That sounds reasonable. Let's go close.
Oh, no. I'll go that
Circle
way.
salty. No, go salty.
Well, that was
Rip
not a
you
good
hard.
one. Would you guys rather play Fortnite or sports? Would you rather play Fortnite or sports?
Ooh.
Depends. Because some sports I hate. And I could honestly go without.
I know my answer.
What's your answer?
God! Bro, these people have guns and I don't. Holding
Don, I have.
Wait, yeah.
Right here.
Don't go out to get him.
It's in
That's
the
what kill me. They have there's like 4 people over there.
Dang it, it's throwing
No.
dynamite.
Now I'm dead.
There's somebody up top, too. But they just drank minis. I don't know if
Now
they.
you guys need to get the car. This guy's so low. Bro, this guy is so freaking
Come
low.
on, AK. Come on, AK. Oh,
How much HP is this kid?
30. Dude, the AK.
That was one more shot with my grail.
The AK did me no service there.
AKs were bad.
Big time. I was scoped in, zoomed right at his goofy little face, and it didn't even hit him once. Everybody won't be like me. Everybody won't be like me. I heard that in my truck, and I was just like, wow. That's the best song ever.
Isn't that your hosting song?
Yeah. I like it.
It's good for a host song.
Edward, don't give us attitude, okay, bro?
I broke my coat hanger.
I'm just kidding. I know. I wanted to go. Now it looks like, lost my train of thought.
My ping is at 16.
Edward Hardison's on Twitch now.
Let's go to Polar. That is literally one of my favorite places.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm going
I always, anytime I go
Twitch
Polar,
is better. Twitch is better. Remember that, Edward.
Twitch is way better than Mixer, YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
Facebook.
It's a lot more
I've never even
interactive.
been on Twitch. By the way.
You should do it.
There's a sweaty right below.
It's cooler. It's better. More interactive.
I'm dead.
LOL.
YouTube is just there.
No, I'm not. Oh, I jumped down and
back. Oh. Yeah, kid, you're dead. How's it feel? How's it feel, kid? You were actually dead.
Bro, I thought I was gonna die there because I jumped off of it.
Like it deserves it, dude. Pushes
Sorry,
me
man.
out of nowhere. Tries pickaxing me. Doesn't even go for a gun, dude. That's how bad this kid is.
Hey,
Bro,
Bob,
can you
Bob.
protect me so I can take this chug drug? I got the grenade.
Oh my! He is actually one tap.
Bro, I will get your thing in a second. Bro, I was coming for you. Don't get out from me. Bro, I'm gonna get his thing.
So
in.
bad, guys. You guys are fighting. I'm over here. Enjoying my. Come on, Bloom.
I hate this. It's so stupid. You just gotta play.
Oh, I thought he's one tap.
What?
Holy
I
crap.
missed one SMG shot, dude.
Bro, he must have had a
Oh,
lot
getting
of
rebooted. Oh, thank you, Yard.
But yeah, I let him get your thing.
That scared the crap out of me. Just
He was
saying.
actually one.
Just saying.
Oh, I am.
My thing's going. I can't expect it.
Oh, that's the guy that got me. He scared the bejesus out of me. He just jumped down. I was like, oh god. Everybody won't be
Bro,
like
nobody
me.
likes that kid.
Ooh.
I left.
Yeah, Phantom Void.
Can I invite one of my friends real quick?
Oh, his game crashed.
Oh, never mind then. Is he getting back on?
Yeah. Oh, just hold out for a little bit.
Okay. If I go eat, you'll let me come back and play, right?
Yeah. Nice.
Bro, the magma is back. You go to game and go hot drop if you wanted. But...
He's loading back up. That's what he messaged me.
Oh, never mind.
Almost done, he said. That. Well, I have these wings. They kind of match, I guess. I didn't get new wings for my person. You want a magma? Alright, make sure I'm doing alright. There you go.
There we go.
But you know, even with my computer, my Fortnite will give out.
Bro, you have a PlayStation? Phantom Void?
Yeah.
Because it says add you as a PlayStation Network friend.
Yeah. I want Sunbird, dude.
Well, how are you on PC and PlayStation at the same time?
I'm not. I just have both. My account's linked for both.
Are you better?
PC by far.
Do do do. Do do do. Do do boom boom.
Legendary.
Where we landing, boys?
Sunny.
Sunny. Okay, I'm gonna land in this thing right here. But then my parents need my help. So?
Oh, I didn't even realize that we were jumping. Uh-oh.
By the way, are you better on PC or con?
PC. Guys, I'm gonna get a very fair. Wait, John, you said you have to go after this?
Yeah, no, I don't have to go. I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna drop right.
Well, there was somebody on me and he ran.
I'm gonna try to go right there. Oh.
Oh my god, these people are so low! Bro, they're both one tap. Both of them are one tap. Come on.
You want me to come over there and not go where I was going? Or do you think E-Hard's gone?
Bro, is this guy does not kill him? Oh my.
I don't have a gun, so.
Bro, they are so low.
I'm gonna grab this AAK, which is not gonna be happy. Not gonna be good, but I'm gonna grab the AK.
Really appreciate it, Edward.
Bro, come on. Can you guys come get us?
I'm trying.
Oh, okay.
Bro, holding thread. Those people are so low.
Where's
Okay.
your respawn cover?
I hope there's a ball or something. Oh, there's a zip line. Heading that way, heading that way.
Got one.
Oh, where are they?
He's one tap. He shot him once. Hurry up and can you get our things before
Yeah,
the
I'll get him. I'll
He's
get
a shotgun. I lagged and I got one.
him.
I hate this game
I'll
so
get you cards.
much, dude. I
Get
hate
mine
it
first,
so
please.
much.
Mine only has 20
There's
seconds.
2 kids. I can't play this game, dude. I lagged right as you came up in my screen. Oh my god.
16, 15, 14.
This game is so boring.
I hope I can get to you.
Holy- I doubt it.
Yeah, he met me halfway.
I love this game so much. I
Yeah,
love it.
if we were now this time we can all land at the same place.
Right. No. Now it's me. Oh, jeez. Invites are raining in. They're raining in. Alrighty. Just like that, we're back at it with the auction. Okay. Better me than you. Hello? No, y'all can play. Play it out. Enjoy it, my friends. Wow, that was quick. Welcome back. Arcana, you just came. Parker went to eat. Oh, okay. Cook him. Just kidding. Was it gonna be a quick eat, or is it gonna be like?
I'm pretty sure he's gonna take a bit.
Uh-oh.
Just kick him, and then when he comes back, or when he goes in the
Solid gold. Where'd y'all land that y'all died quick? Tilted?
retail. Every single person went for me, dude. The whole entire map rushed me.
Because they can smell good players. And they want to challenge themselves.
I only had a pump and a pistol, and everyone else had tacs, pumps, SMGs, ARs, noob tubes. Oh my bad, I didn't ready up.
These people are psychos. They're selling a 2000 Jeep Wrangler.
Oh.
I don't know what the miles is. But they're selling a 2000 Jeep Wrangler for $5,000.
Is that good or bad?
That's bad. That the motor blew. It doesn't have a motor. And you're selling it for $5,000.
Wow.
Yeah, I would want a creator code. That'd be neat.
Oh, we can't fill, that's why.
Who I kind of want to reach out to is a guy. He gave me a shout out on his stream. He's actually a pretty big streamer. He seemed like a cool guy. Bobby Bojangles. He's streaming right now. He's streaming by himself. But I kind of want to reach out to him like one of these days and be like, "Hey man, wanna play some Fortnite?" Yeah. I would make you a CC. That'd be awesome. Bobby Bojangles. He's playing right now without a desk. He's playing Fortnite on the floor. It's crazy, dude. And he still wins. Like, he gets dubs left and right.
Man.
Yeah.
Sounds like a sweat.
Super crazy. How can you make me a creator code, Edward Hart?
Oh, is that the meaning?
I could sign you up. Need home country. Well, that's messed up. He needs my home country. Where you think I'm from, brah?
Gotten that one.
I win. Shooting noob tubes.
He's one tap top. He's one tap top. Put them all. My
Still
loot.
one more?
Edward.
There's people up top.
Oh, John. Chug. Is there still people?
Yeah, but they're on top.
Yeah, pop that chug. What do you mean on top?
On top of Dustin.
Oh, diner?
I'm from the United States of America.
John, are you talking about the diner?
Yeah, the diner. God bless
Oh, yeah,
America. Land I love, and beside her.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, what?
Hmm?
I was too busy singing. Well, you can tell that's why I'm not playing good today.
I'm computing.
I've done that twice already. You know that?
What?
Not finish the chug.
Oh yeah. That,
Like, I'm just a
that
bot.
was just so annoying.
Oh, Mark's on. You always invite him. Thought he was sick. Guess not. Uh-oh. Trying to help E hard. No.
I'm coming.
E-hard.
I can run so fast. There's a kid in the diner. Or not diner, the broken place. He went out to the east side.
Took him out to the east side. Oh, well, you need those. More people? Here you go. E hard. Can't even see those guys.
I do not. Dude, why is there no shotgun sound? Item. It just says item. Why is there just an item? You seen this, Edward?
Need
It just says
SMG ammo.
item.
Ooh.
I have 54 extra.
Breaking it. Breaking a trap.
Oh.
Doing it the hard way. Oh,
If I find a blue tag, I'm picking that up versus my pump. Blue SMG, camp. Okay, campfire. Oh wait, no, there should be a campfire in there anyway. You know what? I'll just grab the campfire. Here,
showing up.
He's gonna show. He's flushed, dude. He's so weak.
Nice.
Here's a slurp and a medkit. Here. I'll carry the medkit. There is stuff. There's a cozy over here. I'm assuming someone picked it up already.
God, do I want to pick that up? I really don't. Oh, you have any rocket ammo?
I do not.
No, it's cool. You can have the E-hod.
Oh, he has rocket ammo.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. No, there's a.
Wait, when did I get
ammo.
4 kills?
I don't know, but you're freaking going off.
Dude, oh, there's 3 kids.
It's my serenading you with the land of the beautiful.
We are currently at 8 kills. We got this. We can drop the 20.
What happened to
Oh,
my
yeah,
game? Oh, E-hard said easy game. That's right.
Hmm?
Those are the only ones I can win.
Trying to scout out the place for people. Or builds. There's a lot of builds down in loot.
Drop 13
Yeah,
solo
there's 2
squad.
kids. I see.
Win.
3 kids. 2 or 3. 20 blue on 1.
Trying to head your way.
40 head. He's on flash.
In your way, halfway there. Come half. Oh wow, Ehard's got people on him, too. Darn it.
What is he actually?
I'm pretty sure. Oh, never mind. Oh, there's a pump there. Are they still here?
I'll grab the egg. Yeah, there might be one. Or one up here. Yeah, there were kids on him.
Well, they're over there.
Kid on me, I believe. Or somewhere near me. 20 for blue. He's building out of wood right here. Or, look, he's over by the factories. Dude, I wish I could. 20 for flash. 20 for flash again. Flash again. 20 for knock.
Nice.
He's not. Another kid pushing. I physically cannot see these picks are terrible.
I can see them, just can't hit them. Feels bad, man. Say, let's go rush them.
You want to?
Yeah. Anyways, they're picking up their buddy.
Yeah, they're picking up mine now. I know. Yeah, hit him with the nuke too.
32. Oh, there's 2.
Oh, like you just yoinked my kill, dude. Got him. Woo! That's what you get for yoinking my kill, kid. Back on.
Get off of us. Get off of us.
Do a chug. I'll take this chug real quick and then we're dipping. Oh.
I have 3 jump pads.
Alright, go ahead and place one down real quick. Better AR. I have no idea if there's a better AR, dude. Oh, I see suppressor. I'll grab that suppressor. Why not?
Alright, still picking up stuff. Okay.
No blue AR. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I need to reload all my weapons too.
I need to go way higher on the next one. I don't know. I think, well, yeah.
I have 6 kills, 3 great. Oh, dude, we're at 12. Let's go, dude. We got this.
We do.
How much mini ammo do you have?
Mini, I have a lot. 839. Sorry,
Can you
hard.
drop me,
We're being tryhards.
200 maybe.
Yeah, split it right there.
Alright, epic.
Oh, we only did 1.
Drop these 3 mounted turrets, dude. Alright, yeah. Let's go, dude. That kid got my kill yoinked, dude. I'm sad now.
People falling in?
Yep. It's over to here. I see him. 6 dead. Got him.
Still haven't got carried by Thread yet. Oh, wow. He has 3 kills. Yard.
Dang.
Because when I play with you guys, I get lazy. Yeah. You guys do all the work, so I just get to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
We're at 13 kills. I want to drop 20. That's the goal.
That is the
Dude,
goal.
imagine the 30. Is that possible?
There's 2
It's
of
not.
us. No. There's 15 left. You can only get 27.
If there were 2 more kids, we'd have to kill every single kid in the lobby, but one just got knocked, so... Where?
On the roof. Gingerbread man, but he came off.
You wanna push that? Or no?
We
Oh,
can.
kid's gliding in. Oh, I'm
100.
I just got it. Alright, got hit. That's nice. Oh, kid with a bow. I'm scared. There's a lot of kids. I'm really scared. Actually, my life.
Knocked one.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay, okay, this is very fun. This is very fun. Oh my!
Have launch pads if you want to get out of here.
Just, oh my, dude, where are these kids coming from? I can't hear them. Ah! I actually cannot hear them.
Chasing me. They're chasing me.
I just want to play the game and have fun, but it's impossible now. Dude, they're gonna.
Ah.
Dude, they're coming from every side, dude.
Oh yeah.
They're sweating. They're sweating. YouTube walls. Only 4 kills. 5 kills.
Carry
0. 3. Those kids are bots. Do you have like no kills? Come on now.
Oh, invite Mark. Where is Mark? Mark, get off. Ah, he's waiting for us.
I'm gonna try to go live. We'll see how many frames my thing drops.
Ready to get a win. Ready up.
Alright, let's see. I think I'm good.
You're going live?
Yep.
Live from Zaktura's house. Yeah, boy. Phantom Void. Oh, yeah. 37, so gotta turn on the lights.
Okay, my frames are dropping. Okay, okay.
Turn on the
We have an
lights.
OG Skull Trooper. Okay. Not really the best, but you know, it's
Nice.
my frame. Ah, I'm getting a decent frame though. Now just a wee bit. Open up my stream. Oh, I need to turn off my host.
Okay, about to get you a CC. You're live.
Yeah. Except I'm hosting, so.
Ah. Well, when you go live,
Yeah.
it unhosts me.
And does it actually?
Yeah.
Because I can't see my stream.
Oh, really?
It's showing.
Well, then you're
yeah,
not
it's
live.
showing me. Wait. Yeah, it's showing me hosting you.
Yeah, when you go live, it unhosts me.
How do you unhost? Oh, exit host mode. Okay.
Well, when you go live, it unhosts.
I'm gonna just reset Twitch real quick.
I got this.
I think my stream broke, dude. Okay, okay, I don't know what's going on. Game is glitched.
So embarrassing.
I think my stream might have gone off. My frames just jumped as well. I'm gonna check it out real quick.
Well, the good thing is, like, even though you're having technical problems.
No, I'm not.
No? Oh, it's working?
I don't know I don't know why it's not showing up on my account.
Oh, I was just gonna
Like, I
say,
can't see it on my
if you're having technical problems, don't worry about it. Trust me.
There we
no
go.
one's watching you.
Alright.
For 3 months, it was just like nothing. It sucked. Feels bad, man.
Alright, I'm live. It's working. Perfect.
long as you get everything perfect before they start joining, that's all that matters.
I have it pulled up on my phone, so.
There you go. You got a viewer now.
Well, it's pulled up on my it's just like the dashboard from my stream on Global. So I'm not actually viewing it, but.
Yeah, if you got an iPad, it's always better.
Yeah.
You can see more stuff.
I had one, and it broke.
You break an iPad.
I brought it to school, and then like it felt like it slid down to the very bottom of my book bag. My books and stuff grabbed it.
I understand. Mark backed out. It says Mark's playing on mobile.
Mobile streamer.
Mm-hmm. That kid's a joke, bro.
Have fun on me.
No one land tilted.
Do you know if anyone went here?
Whoa, another mobile kid? I know. You guys are coming out of the woodworks. It's getting ridiculous. That's Mark, though. D1 Easel.
Oh, I have a view. Hey, yo, Mr. Man. I have no idea who you are, but hello. Thank you for checking out the stream.
Sweet. You already got a viewer. Freaking good, dude.
Or it did. It said I did. I don't know if I did. Oh, no, but it says I have no idea.
Don't worry about it. Have fun. Have a great time, and things will happen.
Yeah, I think we're alone.
And throw your stuff. They like to see you throw your stuff.
Nope, we're not alone. Uh-oh.
Yeah, look at me now.
I need help. Very bad. I need help.
Anyway.
He's one tap. He's dead. There's no way. He's dead. How do you... I hit him 144. I'm very confused. Anyone have meds?
Got many. Oh. You heard
I
got
have
many.
one. I have no idea if there's bandies or anything around here, but...
We can rotate to loot late.
I know there's a half up. I'm gonna finish looting this place and see if I can't get any meds.
Okay.
Rare treasure. Is it near?
Oh, there's a fireplace outside of Tilted.
Where?
Outside of Tilted?
Where's that?
Right over there. So I always rotate too, in case I get like beat up.
Oh, I got a slurp. Alright, there's minis right here, so I'm gonna grab them real quick. Cause I'm gonna go find that half pot. Unless someone trying to. Whoever's watching, sorry about the low road. It's pretty bad.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Huh. That's how you do it. Learn something new every day.
I'll just pop it. Oh, wow, I'm growing.
2 people? You're going off, dude.
I'm popping off in viewers. Woo! I'm proud of myself.
I'm proud of you.
I'm so proud of this community.
Well, you can't stream when the bot's there, right? He sucks
Streams?
up the rest of the
Oh.
internet.
Yeah. I might be able to stream, I have no idea though.
Nice.
Oh, you guys are far. Yikes, everyone's far.
Oh yeah. He's a man of little words.
Wow,
And
there's a menu.
he goes where the road takes him.
surprised my computer is able to run this stream right now.
He's getting a
Like,
chest.
At decent.
What up? What CPU and GPU you got? I have a i7. I have a 1080 Ti. And the motherboard, I have no clue.
You have the 7700, right?
The 7700.
I have garbage.
Nice. That's
Alright.
epic.
For the stream,
Thanks.
next time, if the first person we see, dude, I'm hitting my snipe. The first person I see, sniping him, hitting that shot.
You wake up late, it's Navik. You gotta break that habit, man. It's too late. Nice. E-Hard, you're my number one. Better me than you.
Is that a blue AR or is that? Chat, help me out here.
Wow. Wow.
Alright,
Look at
let's
what he
go.
dropped you.
Hmm?
Look at what he dropped you. He dropped you this.
Epic. I love you. No homo.
Edward's number one.
Rip.
You're playing some games. Blah. You're playing some games, it's Navik. Didn't invite me, hurt the soul. Nah, I don't mind. Really don't mind. I need to get better at solos though, that's one thing. I just trash can on wheels for me, boys.
I'm not good at editing. Holy crap, dude. I don't know what I'm editing.
Okay, now I'm bored because I'm.
I did not. Oh, it didn't even shoot. Stop. We're at John? I don't see anyone. Oh, I think I see him. I have no idea.
Yeah, they're up on the hill.
You already know what's up, chat. First shot, I'm telling you, I'm gonna hit the shot.
He
If
hits
I
those.
don't- Wait, why is Mark on mobile?
I don't know. Just trying to be extra.
I'm sorry, chat, I'm bot. You can unfollow me if you were. Yeah, dude, I can.
Ooh, if I would have hit that, that would have been nice.
Dude, I cannot snipe for the love of me.
Why is my PD right now?
Ready for blue on the soccer? No? They're spraying me. Oh, RPGs?
RPGing him again? Both going after you?
Yeah, dude, I'm getting stuck, dude. Ouch. This hurts a lot. Turtling?
Little guy up.
They're both on me.
Yeah.
Are they all three? Maybe I have one. I'm gonna try to grab Edward's card.
Okay. The Batman blowing you up. Hit one of them. Just keep turtling up, I guess.
Oh, they ripped it.
Are they?
Yeah. Just leave him. Alright, respawn van, here I come.
More people are
There's a
coming.
kid. Quad.
Yeah.
Monster shield. Red soccer skin. Another one.
26 shield.
Got him.
Nice. More's coming in. Quickly.
Nice.
He's probably like, oh crap, what I get myself into? You don't sweat on the sweats.
He's no shield. Got him.
Took fall damage for nothing. Feels bad.
Okay, dude, I'm choking everything right now.
Same. Do you have rockets?
Huh?
Do you have rockets?
4 right here. I'll grab these kids' loot.
Sometimes, who knows?
Oh, another kid on me. Kid crouch is a very bad habit of mine. You don't get nothing. Missed a shot. Oh, cut off, man. Oh, he launched pad. I'm grabbing height.
Oh, he has no shield.
And I said, oh my! Okay, I'm popping a medkit. I have no idea what just happened. I got like launched. Dude, where'd all my loot go?
Yeah,
Well,
real
there's some
sniper.
kids, like, I have no idea where that kid's loot went. Oh, an RPG. Grabby, grabby. Do you have rockets?
Oh man, that was my RPG.
Oh, that was. Oh, my bad, my bad.
It dropped it by accident. Sorry.
Hey, fine.
I was like, what happened to my RPG? I have 2 snipers now. What a
How are
hack.
you in mats? Because I'm pretty poor.
280. 280,
Oh my
45.
goodness.
Man, more.
Alright.
There's more kids
Fighting
flying
behind.
up on us.
One 28 blue.
Trying to get with you. And I'm with you now.
There's a lot, like. Dude, I can notch snipe, dude. From. Oh, behind.
Where at? Oh, I see him.
Over here.
That's right, but I would like to reboot now. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm finna reboot. I need mats, dude. Bad. I'm at 737, 236. So. Are you able to kill? No.
I'm just spamming RPGs their way since they're in a build fight. Stop it!
Oh, these kids gotta get out of zone. There's a lot of guns around here, Edward, so it's fine. I'm on metal. I have 2 on 2 builds left. Can you just...
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No.
So fun. Oh, got it. That's one. There's a whole entire squad to our right. Or left. Yep, another snipe, dude. These kids should be sniped. I ran out of mats. Oh god.
Wow, how'd that miss me?
How are they missing these shots? There's like
But I'm
easy
saying.
shots, dude. I'm glad that they're missing, but like, jeez, kid.
Yeah. Better run away, bro. Oh, I'm out of mats.
Oh yeah, you can't build there.
No.
No, you're not out of mats. You just can't build there. One pump him.
Straight up just missed, dude. That was bad.
Diesel 10. His name was Diesel 10. Alright, dude, we got stream sent by Mark.
I went in there, man was looking at us. Let's see.
Dude, we got stream sent by Mark. It was Diesel 10.
Oh, he got off, Mark. I know, that's what Edward was saying. He was like, it's Diesel 10, he killed me. Like, oh. I'm tired of the violence. If you get the email, this is the code. Do you know my email?
Am I quiet? That's what I want to know. I have no idea if I'm quiet.
Not to me. Don't shut up.
This dude, Mike. The quality of my stream is so terrible. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I see that, James. Holy crap, dude.
Oh, James Bot is watching you?
Yep.
You're so honored.
Hold on, I might have to end the stream real quick to fix everything, dude. I think it's my the bit rate. Higher bit rate's better, right?
So how it works, the higher bit rate is the higher the quality of the stream, but the more taxing it is on your internet. So
Okay, my internet's pretty fine. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream real quick to fix this bit rate.
HD stream is like 4,500 and above. About 5,000.
4,500. I got 90. Okay. I might get a really late drop, but it's for the streamer.
It's cool.
So you said 4,500?
Yeah. It's a good strip.
Alright, go live.
Oop.
I'm gonna go live.
Oop.
Yep, I'm really bad drop.
Oop. 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 Don't you pick up that shotgun, boy.
Okay, this is not working out. Oh, I got a pump. Oh, dang.
I'm tired of the violence. Better me than
Oh, you're all the
you.
way in tilted?
Oh, y'all didn't land tilted?
Oh wait,
feels-
you're in tilted.
Yeah. Feels bad, man.
Oh, thank you, Edward.
I thought y'all landed tilted.
I was working on the stream and I just saw someone.
Yeah,
I saw
so
the marker.
someone marked tilted. So I landed
Hi,
here.
Edward. I have no idea if my stream is on right now. Oh god, dude, my keyboard's like. I'm gonna put this down the
Ooh.
very bottom. That's not gonna work. Edward's down. I can't really do much. Okay, you know what? I'm not doing the best job. Alright, I'm going over to you, Edward.
Since there's no minis, I will drink that. Boom, 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 boom. This is sweat with 25.
Okay, I cannot hit a shot, dude. I'm actually a bot. Got the kill. Let's go, dude.
Let go, GG.
Okay, there's a lot of kids right here, and I'm scared. Got another. Full kill. He's so weak, dude. Let's go.
Let go, GG's. Better me than you. Nice, GG's. Word of the day.
Some more kids, dude.
More sweat.
He's letting me heal. He's like, alright, you can heal. Oh, they're rezzing.
What a nice guy.
Got him.
Nice. You're going off, dude. Going on for the stream.
No, my stream isn't live.
Oh.
I think. Is it?
Mm.
I honestly have no idea.
That's James Bot.
James, am I live? Right here?
Wait, I can revive him too? If I go to a revive spot?
Mm-hmm.
Really? So as long as somebody picks it up, anybody can revive.
Yeah. Oh no, my stream is live, okay. We're going off, boys.
Dang. You are.
I think that was all.
Well, I really tell Phantom give me the treasure. I'll take
Oh,
this.
you are really far, John.
Oh god.
There's someone on you. Oh, sorry, I can go ahead and revive Igor now.
Hi, buddy.
James, are you watching right now?
Oh god. No.
It says I have 0 viewers, so I probably don't.
Yeah, I did.
No, I just stream qualities and that garbage.
Took me out of
It's
the
not bad
game.
tactic. There you go, Edward. Go ahead and start looting. Oh, Johnny died?
Yeah, I had a whole squad on me.
Oh, damn. Alright, Edward, I got you ammo and stuff. So.
He stream sniped me.
Oh, my
They're
stream
following me.
Viewers are pop. Is my stream quality way better? Question mark. Oh, I can revive. Oh, wait, no, it's dead. We have to go. Did Edward get guns?
I don't
I
know.
assume he did. Can you spectate him real quick? He should have. I attacked his cart multiple times. Oh my. I'm in! I don't care about zone. Pop this half pot, grab that medkit, pop that, and then grab his card and dip. Oh, look at that. Oh, his teammates on. No!
Ah.
Dude. I was gonna die regardless.
3 and 5. Darn it.
He had 7 kills. Wow, that kid is balling. Okay, is my stream quality better? Question mark. Viewers, chat.
What's the stream name? For Zaktura? Zaktura?
Yeah. It looks like it's there.
Slamming them down, boys.
Yeah, it's way better.
Phantom? Yeah, Zaktura.
Dude, I need like a laptop or something to put. I can get like a laptop or something and just have it on the side. That'd be epic. Or just like a random screen.
Drop a fatal. Yes, you ready? Okay.
Sure.
All right. So I won't go tilted. If I don't lag, I would be more. Huh? Oh yeah? Mark said he might be getting on. Yay! Do it for the stream, Mark. The people want you.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go after this game and go grab some.
You can't do that while you're streaming. You have to be a bot. You have to be in front of that screen. Yeah, I don't want to do it anymore.
Oh, get on me.
There's some people that stream for 6 to 8 hours and they don't get up. Like, jeez, man. You have a bladder or a mouth or a stomach. Yeah, I can do that.
Did he die?
Ooh.
No. He riffed it though. That's a rip. I'm chasing after this kid. Where is he?
Get it? Be aggressive.
Oh, he is on Edward. Oh, he hits them. He hits them.
No shield. And he's like 50 health.
Dude, where is he?
He's in the last guy. He's right there.
Okay, it didn't want to shoot. Okay, that's so fun. My gun didn't shoot.
I guess you killed the other guy.
I knocked him. They rezzed. That sucks.
It happens. Wait on Marquito Chiquito La Pianino.
Alright,
No.
after this game.
Oh, okay.
For real. Wait, is Mark on? I'm gonna invite Revy.
Not on yet. We can land
doubt
tilted. I think you're warmed up. Marquito, chiquito, flaquito y el amor. So today was a good day. 2 out of the 3 girls I like posted new profile pics. So it was a good day. You know what I mean? Get to see them in a different angle.
No, it's my full pump. Give me. Oh, that kid just died. Oh, give me a pickaxe. Dude, if I would have pickaxed that kid, I would have been Gucci.
So many bots, so little time.
Oh, wait, was that an invite? Or what was that? It was an invite. No, I'm not joining him. He can back off.
Oh. Alright, Chi-Chi's?
Oh, my friends. Sorry, Evan, if you're watching. I just don't want this here.
Shiggity wiggity! Welcome.
Just calm. Welcome.
Yeah, we're going tilted because Mark's getting on. Never.
And I'm getting off. For like 10 to 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm not gonna make it to the top.
Dude. Oh, Edward came here. Oh, blue! I know everyone in this chat just saw that dude. I know you had to have seen that dude. That is the worst blue I have ever experienced. That is the worst. Can I get a red? can't even crawl down, dude.
Surprised I didn't break my kinkles there.
I'm probably gonna bleed out. Come on, Edward, you got this. Right up top.
Oh. Wasn't worth losing one of my teammates. Oh, y'all
Hey,
way
here.
up there.
I have bandies for me and you both. Oh, you have
Nice.
some as well? Yeah. Let's go.
You guys are pros, man.
Pro gamers. Alright, you pop those.
Okay,
Epic.
we're all waiting for you.
Experience the unimaginable. he killed someone.
You hard?
Yeah, with a great fall when he's right in front of me. I'm very confused. Oh,
Yeah,
someone
you hard's a pro, dude.
Get on
Back
it.
off.
Pick off. Don't want the smoke.
Hey, I'm a mod from Lecky. Not sure if you know, but he plays Fortnite. Also, like to know if I can keep your stream safe, but it's okay if not.
Dude.
Also,
Yeah,
I
I'll
like
just
your locker outfit. Okay, you guys might get me killed. Okay, you guys are gonna get me killed. How'd I miss those? Okay, I absolutely. Alright, he's on me. Oh. Oh. No, I know. I know it. I didn't know there was another mod. Well, I have... This guy's my mod. No, this guy's my mod. And then
duos.
I have another guy that he... Oh no, I have Nightbot.
We're playing duos or what?
I'll do this for you, Chris, really. I'll make you a mod if you tell people about my stream. Nah, mate. He gave up on that real quick.
What are we playing?
We can play duos for the meantime.
Okay.
Because we gotta wait for Zaktura.
I felt sick today.
Who's Lock? Lemsiki.
Mr. Freeze is on. I'm about to talk shit in his chat.
Trying to challenge this ball. CJ pushing it forward, but challenged by Siki. Sitting in the...
Obviously. Oh. Let me see. Mr. Freeze. Was it
I'm about
Mr.
to put
360?
Yeah.
Is it that Rachel Wing girl?
No.
Oh.
One v one me.
I can put it. Oh, hold on. Who do you want me to tell? I can put it on my channel. I'm a streamer also. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm trying to just get my name out there any which ways. So it don't matter to me. Us small streamers gotta stick together.
We'll hit it off.
And slam codes down. Let go.
Yeah, we'll hit it off, y'all.
One of these days, I'll get to the moon. Wow. I got 2 here. There's 2 of them in there. One's really hurt. I think he's under the stairs. I wasn't paying attention.
Well, in come the thing them call chicks is for kids and we don't play games. Straight business, baby girl. Tiny on the chat. Hear what I'm saying? Balvin, tell them again.
Thank you for the follow, Chris. Really? Oh. There's one more. Your division 6 dad? No way. It's a contender. Oh, not contender. Champion. Boom! They're out of here. No, right before champ. Oh, so close, dude. It's. I can smell it. It's tough, man. Getting into the champion, right? Champion. That's what's called. I don't freaking know. Okay. And just like that, I'm back, boys. Ready for another one. How good of a teammate I am. I gave you a purple pump, Mark.
You didn't give me. He had one.
Yeah, that he took it from me.
Oh.
Definitely don't want that. Move that. Move that. That up.
Oh, really?
30 on that guy. They're coming over. My guy did not jump.
Oh my god, my guy doesn't have a crouch.
They're outside. I'm gonna get finished again. My guy didn't jump. Still fine if no. I'll give him on. Give him on. Oh! 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 Oh, you gotta wait for it to reload.
Okay, Jeff. I need you to not die this time.
My guy didn't jump. I was trying to jump so my shotgun blast would get closer. The game like lagged or something.
There's another pump here.
We're not GGing yet. He can pick me back up. We're not GGing yet. Hype in chat, guys. I can come back. Why is it taking so long?
I don't know.
Come on, get there. Get there. So we can rotate the loot lake. If there's any news there. Other than me. I'm gonna do the no kill challenge again. There you go.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Chimpy Chompy says I have orangutan titties. Thank you, Chimpy Chompy. Oh, another one here. Do 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 do. Better. Gotta think that one through. Okay. Drop that. Drop that. Drop that. Move that. Let's go to Blue Lake, don't you think?
Hold on, fuck it. Oh, you got any rocket ammo?
None. Wow. Thanks for the mod. I'll keep your stream safe and keep active. Yeah, I'll make you a mod in a little bit. Let me just finish this game. I'm just playing. I'm not even mod. I'll make you mod. Don't worry. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold your horses. Cause I have to go to my Twitch thingy and stuff. Oh no. Wait.
You just click on the name.
Yeah, but I have to go into Twitch.
Oh.
Well, I have to go to the browser. Okay. Channel. Wait. Okay, I'm trying. Okay, I got a friend request. Accepted that. No, I think I have to do. I forgot what I have to do. I have to go to. It's creator dashboard. Yeah. Chris. Oh, Chris, really? There you go. So you guys have proof. Hey, once I get bits, I'll donate to you. Chris, really? There. Moderate. Add roll. Okay. Save that. And I need to add a new one. And then Hardison. I don't know which one's you, Edward Hardison. Assuming that one's you. VIP baby. Huh? I'm assuming that's you. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm keeping your stream safe. Sweet. You have a shotgun ammo?
Yeah, I do.
Oh yeah. Was that you, Edward Arson, with that picture? Was I right? Is James bot a mod? No, he's not. You think I can trust that guy? Oh, we gotta go. Storm.
Don't touch me, I got long side.
James big butt.
I got a launch pad on me.
Oh. Oh god, that's high. That's really high. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh, now you gotta play some more.
That was really high, guys. That was too much for my heart. Look at that. I'm building a little community, ain't I, boy? As a mod, I vow to protect, stream, and all other stuff. LOL. Okay, I accidentally pressed timed out because on Lem Keystream it says how much time you want and out for it.
John, you want the rocket launcher?
Is it here? Okay, I'll just test.
John,
Test away, my friend.
launcher?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, because like, I don't know.
You don't trust yourself with it?
No, I trust myself. I was like, I don't know. Oh, I got shot at.
Same.
Oh, from
They're
behind.
up there.
Oh, my God. I got it.
easy right now. Kudos back, so whenever you're ready. Oh man, he outplayed you.
You freaking did.
Say icy weenie. Where's? Hold on. Oh, these are the fill. Say icy wiener.
Yo.
What up? Wait, why won't it fill?
It
Oh.
should.
Oh, but
Oh,
I'm not the
I'm
party.
the party
leader.
leader. I was on it. I was like, it should.
I thought I was.
Alright.
Okay, John. Main goal today: stay up.
Yes.
Yeah, John.
My chat won't leave me alone. I have to read chats. Tough. It's tough looking to the left and then looking to the right and having someone in your face.
At least you care about
it. I can't hear y'all right now, so y'all can take all the shit y'all want. Hurry up, talk it. Talk it.
Did you go to Mr. Freeze's stream? Hey, you didn't sleep? You got a mic?
I do.
Woo! We got good comms, boys.
That's the most important thing. Comms.
That's right. That's right.
What?
Jeez.
Fuck, I'm against Swamp Ass. I'm sitting here.
I don't know what it is, but playing with like it in windowed mode is really weird. It's like everything is really like slow. Not like frames, but like just it's slow.
You guys streaming?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not. They are. Kind of sick today. I threw
Question.
up at
Random
work and I
question for you
shit on
guys.
the restroom.
What's your sensitivity at?
I 1100 DPI and then 1100 DPI and 0.1 x4.
Mine is as high as you can get it.
Damn.
Where if I just nudge my mouse, I'm doing a 360.
That's what I want to hear, bro.
Oh yeah.
I want to see 720 headshots.
Nice. You know what they say? The higher the sensitivity, the more ladies you get.
You know what I say?
I'm pretty sure no one says that. No.
Hey,
Right.
eat a sleep. He sounds hot.
Yeah, you wanna trade? You wanna trade? Oh.
God, I'm scared. How'd he go through my wall?
There's a guy going up towards you, jump. He's like.
I do not have SMGs, so I.
There's
should
another
have
guy at
this.
top. He took a slurp. He's behind you.
Okay, now I have a. Okay. Now I grew. I grew the cheese. Two kids on me. One's lasered. He's knocked one. Didn't hit him.
Oh!
Come on, help.
It's all up to him.
Oh my! Dude, I have no idea what's going on. Knocked him. Dude, what is going on? What is actually going on? I didn't get my full kill. Give me my full kill. No, he's resing. Yeah.
Man, people are being rude in chat.
What are they doing?
Nothing. They're just going back and forth.
Dude, I was waiting for that kill and got it. I'm so happy, dude. Do we have a 4?
Better than you.
Stop being toxic. Oh.
I need to figure out a way to set up the thing alerts. Because I don't think I have any set up.
Only you and what I know now.
Is setting up alerts easy?
Alerts? Kind of. You have to go to Streamlabs and then set it up there.
Hey, you got a video camera already?
I timed out these two. They're being toxic, LMAO.
My
it's
face
cool.
is pretty ugly, almost.
You my man, you protecting the stream.
What did he put?
He timed out Chimpy Chompy because they're being toxic.
Wait, so is James bought a mod on your stream?
No, he's not. Is he watching my stream?
I have no idea.
Then that's why he's not a mod.
You want to make me a moderator on your stream?
You are.
Me?
Yeah, no, on Phantom stream.
No. You don't do much.
Yeah, I just ban people.
You don't even do that. You don't even go to the stream.
I do. I'm on your stream right now.
Oh.
Other guys are just free because this monitor don't play the damn game.
Yeah, but you got a grudge against that lady. Is that guy ripped to go?
Yeah, he ripped it on. So scared he was. He's skilled.
Oh god, he's right here. Dude, he's one hit. No! He's literally one hit.
Not one hit though. No, he was absolutely one hit.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello. Oh.
Uh-oh. He's dead. Let's go.
Nice.
Come on, Mark.
Okay, like,
let's go now.
What are you doing?
Me?
Yes.
Throwing out my inventory?
No.
I'm getting pushed.
Okay, I'll get your card.
Who's he picking up? Oh. You showed him like picking up somebody.
Oh yeah, he's destroying the trap. Come on, Mark, just push it.
I can't, I only have like...
Oh yeah, you're HP, dude.
I would, like, but I'm going towards you anyway. So.
Push
He has
anyway.
a new pump as well, watch out.
Huh?
Push
He has a
anyway.
new pump as well, watch out.
Push anything?
Aggressive.
Just push anyway.
Oh.
Be aggressive. Be.
Oh, he's bringing his buddies back.
Oh, no, I'm going on my way.
He didn't finish it?
Oh,
wow.
Oh, he's at 150 anyways. At least I got the full kill.
Do you keep your kills even though they bring them back?
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's good. Keep your KD up. That's always a good thing.
You can get 100 kills now.
100 kills?
Possible. Yeah, it's technically possible.
Ooh.
You just have to keep on. You have to kill, like, if you get able to kill every single kid in the lobby. And then some of them do the thing. That's how you do it. I don't know which thing to use. I don't. Following the alerts.
Where's James Bob?
No idea. I think he's at his dad's house, so.
He's gonna come back and he's gonna suck at the game.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
I mean, he always does. It never changes.
Exactly.
Never change.
It says I have 2 viewers, but I'm not sure because no one's talking in chat.
You might.
You might. There's a lot of people that they come to chat and they don't talk, or they don't.
If you are watching my stream, please chat.
No. You don't ask them to chat because they're hanging out.
That is true. My bad.
You don't be rude to your chat. They talk when they want to talk.
Well,
Do you have a Discord? I can DM you or I can whisper you. Yeah, I have a Discord.
I want this one. Give me this one.
Actually, it's under my stream. You can join my Discord
down.
under my stream.
Port your finger down.
I just did that.
I'm learning fact. How many kids on here, Crush?
Nice. Got an 8K. Gonna tear some.
Did anyone land here?
I think so. I'm not gonna say yes for now.
Alright.
I'm healing out in the open because I'm a boss. Oh, I don't have a link for it. Sorry.
How do you not put a link?
I mean, I have a link for it. I don't know how that didn't hit him. Alright guys, everyone hold out. It's coming. Ooh. Aw man, I got my kill stolen. Thank you for the follow, Edward Hardison.
Oh, okay. Good guy on me.
Oh, he's such.
Oh, hit him for 72. On me.
Nice.
It's a one hit.
Oh. Gives me information. I don't know, man. Just being me. Oh man, that was amazing. I like. I give props to that, man. I don't have anything, so.
No, dude, they got the kill. Okay, there's multiple kids on me. I'm scared.
Nope. No. Yeah.
Dude, I might die.
Phantom, go pick up our cars.
What are you? You're not even in the game. You're not even fighting me, bro. My Discord's underneath my
Go pick up our cards.
Underneath my stream.
Okay.
It says Discord underneath. Dude, it's not me. How are you such?
No, dude, I couldn't shoot my pump because it wasn't shooting because it's garbage.
It's Navik says I'm sexy. You know it. Sexy and I know it. Ding 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 ding. I did pick the right Edward Hardy, so that's a good thing. Join in a minute. Oh yeah, we gotta invite. Well, E-Hard a little bit.
Oh.
Okay, we want Mark. Okay.
I'm just kidding. I don't care.
Hey me.
Oh my goodness. What's up, Balenciaga?
Oh god. Gotta practice. Oh yeah, there it is.
Alrighty.
Hey, Pella Oselacom. Yeah, Mike. That was a tough.
Pella
Oselacom. I think that's French.
John, we should make a super team.
A super team? Oh, okay. I'll be the coach.
Yeah.
You think I'm making a clan?
No, no, no.
Chris Public.
I would never do that. That's too much.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm dead. I am really dead.
Y'all come and make us clan. Yeah.
I'm dead. I'm actually
So
dead.
much work.
I'm actually dead because it's. Oh!
Hell yeah.
I like when he does this stuff.
No, I didn't throw. I jumped up and
Oh, that makes me laugh.
I could just jumped up really.
John, go pick up my card.
I'm going. I'm going.
Come on, man. Pick up my card, man.
Oh, John, go. I'm supposed to see you.
I'm the last one alive. Feels bad, man.
Just push every single kid you see.
Okay.
Go
Just
pick up my
straight
card.
W.
It's right there. No, it's the other way. Oh, don't shoot at him. Pick up my card. Oh my goodness.
It's an RPG, dude.
50 seconds. Come, pick up my card. Pick up.
We'll go get the RPG. We'll go get the RPG.
Yeah. Oh, shoot the RPG. Oh shit.
I didn't pick it up.
Oh. When he gets to the ground. No shield? Come on, you got this.
20, 30.
Whoa, that was Wait,
How do
he
you
just.
have no shield again?
Yeah.
19.
Yep, he timed out, dude. Pick out. Oh yeah.
Go pick me up, Jeff. 10, 9,
Yeah.
8. On the right, right there.
Dang it, there's somebody else. Wow,
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna
see?
die because of you, Mark. Hope you know that.
Good job, Mark.
Oh, wow. The one I'm playing out.
Oh! Oh my god, dude. Dude, John's an actual legend.
Head out from the top.
I never head out from the top. I just hang out in there, Mark. Oh, I died because of you, Mark. Hope you know that.
Invite,
That's not my name, Chimpy Chompy. It's Holding Thread. It's Holding Thread. Oh, look at what he got.
I've done none of those challenges. Oh, no. I'm almost done with the glider one. And then I completed one more.
Boom.
I feel like Nate Hills is the best in Fortnite.
Oh, here we go.
I'll think about it.
Right?
Dude, face sweat, dude.
Face sweat?
Face sweat.
They're sweaty or what?
Face sway.
Oh.
That kid's a sweat, dude.
Are they done with the World Cup?
Oh no.
Nah, there's still like 7, 8 weeks left.
Okay. They can open, what you call it, arenas, squads, and trios. They can open squads, arenas, and trios.
Yeah, they should do squad. That would be hectic, though.
Why is my volume up, dude?
E-Hard, there's a thing there, so if you're gonna, I can revive you.
Do you know if anyone went here?
Oh no, I'm looking.
No.
What? No one went here? Epic.
Oh, I said I don't know, but...
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like people. Never mind. So you breaking stuff. Never mind me being noob. My bad.
I'm trying to find myself an SMG.
Stream Element says, did you know I have a Twitter and YouTube? Wow.
Oh yeah, I saw your YouTube.
My YouTube post?
Yeah, the one with the car accident, dude.
Oh yeah. It's crazy, right?
You posted something on YouTube?
Yeah.
What did you post?
A car crash. Oh yeah, you weren't there.
Do y'all work at the same place?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You said that thing wasn't bad, the accident was freaking bad.
Was it?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that was just a fender bender. Heat gun and some super glue, and you can get that baby back to new. Know what I mean?
And some duct tape.
And some
guy
duct
on
tape. On me?
My ears are broken. Don't worry about it.
John, I'm on the way. I want to use the launch pad.
No, there is no one.
Oh, you don't want to use the launch pad.
Dude, I'm telling you, my ears are broken.
Man, I had no heal. Oh.
Finally, a shotgun. Ooh.
Stomach is terrible. Wait, what shotgun do you have?
A green one.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, because I found like 10 green bombs.
Easy switch.
Surprised my internet. I only have 30 some ping with my stream running. 4500 bitrate.
Yeah, you could always lower it. Like if your internet isn't hanging with it, you can lower it to like 35, and that's still 720p. So that's pretty good because that's what everybody watches streams on.
Yeah, I think I might as well just lower it down to 35.
Yeah, it won't hurt you. Like, anyways, when you're not affiliated or a partner, they put you at 720p.
Oh, Twitch does?
Yeah, so they kind of force you to that.
Oh.
But it's good to test to see if you can hang with it, you know? So when you do get affiliated or partnered, you know you can stream in HD, baby.
Yeah, I doubt I will though, but...
Mark minis on me!
Where are you?
Use them, abuse them? Oh yeah, I need to mark them? Uh-huh.
Only 2?
I wanna go check if there's a baller. Or ballers.
Wanna be out all alone. Shot caller, 20 blades on the Impala. I don't know the rest of it tonight. Yeah.
You're gonna have to teach me how to put up music for like colors and stuff. Or just how to set up.
I can?
Can you?
I taught Mark.
Oh, that's for Mark to do.
But if you like to read, it's real simple. I learned on YouTube.
Oh, that's probably easiest.
Yeah, it's real simple.
Reading is like, oh, kids
it's a
were
waste
here.
of time. Oh, you got people on you?
No.
Oh,
but kids were here. I don't know if that's Edward. Or
probably Edward.
Mark.
Edward found a blue
Mark,
pump.
not Mark, Edward. Mark Pleasant, if you went to the expedition outpost. Next. I think that is a no.
What, my
I'm
mother?
on my way towards you. I'm on my way towards you. He hurt.
That was a waste of a mini. But my ADD can't handle the 99.
Oh, there are
Don't-
kids on him?
No, he just found a blue bomb.
Green AK. I'll grab that AK, I guess.
There's a ball around me.
There's a baller.
That's me.
What up, Mauricio Garcia? How you doing tonight? Oh, hey.
6 minis over there. I'll grab those. What is it? Drink it.
Saturday night, I'm drunk.
No, I'm grabbing this gray RV. You're drunk?
Yeah.
Epic.
I hit a rock. I will stay here to the end. Nice. Can you do me a huge favor, Mauricio? Can you share my stream? Not on your personal page, because then your friends are gonna think it's weird. If you got any groups or anything like that, if you can share my stream, I really appreciate it.
Or, you know, go to twitch.tv/Arturo.
Low-key plug. I need to put in my stream. No self-stream promotion, right?
I was in Mr. Freeze and they banned me.
Oh yeah, they banned you from the chat. You can still watch him, you just can't talk.
Yeah, for like 60 seconds.
Oh, I thought they permanently banned you.
Nah, they can't. I don't think so.
Yeah, they can. That one Asian
Yeah.
chick that I saw was hot. Y'all got me banned. She banned me forever.
Are you talking about Pokemon?
No. She's Chinese? I think she's just a tiny white girl.
Oh, oh, there's a... Oh, excuse me, golden vending machine. Epic.
Well, I'm in the wrong way.
Revolver.
Where-
P90, yeah, thermal. If I don't grab the P90, get relaxed. There's a purple P90 on me.
What happened to my hoverboard? Guys, y'all know what happened to my hoverboard.
It's over there. That's protected.
I'm pretty sure Edward.
Does anyone have heavy ammo?
Wow.
Nah.
I only have 7 something. Oh, I think Edward's fighting.
In his way? Oh yeah. What's up, Christian Hernandez? The barrio's coming in.
Oh!
You hard
Scared
got there.
I'm really weak.
They're on your face.
I can't do it.
Flying pressure.
He's decently behind.
Oh, he's hurt.
Yeah, dude, that kid's mad.
That a boy. Oh. Okay. Whoa.
Okay.
What the?
I don't have meds. Oh wow. I'm good on minis. I'll stack them.
I'll carry the minis. I really want them.
I have 5.
I really want them. There you go.
Okay.
That's why I want them.
That's it.
I'm a good setup man.
Oh, there's people 330.
Don't push.
Don't push. Hold on. Wait. Hold
Pushing.
it. Oh.
Don't push.
Don't, Mark.
Come on, please.
Oh,
Dang it.
pick up
I
his
don't know if it
buddy.
was like lag or if it like.
Oh, pick up his
Knocked away.
They both have the... They have the...
There's one.
They're trying to pick up their buddy. Free fire, free fire, free fire, free fire, free fire.
Uh-oh, I just made a mistake. Guys, hey there.
You got a launch pad, going to them? Being aggressive?
Uh-oh. This is not good, guys. Uh-oh.
Sweat, be careful.
On me. I have a whole entire squad.
I don't know what happened to that other guy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they launch pad away. You have a squad on you? No way.
Knock one. Oh, come on, no. Of course, the instant BM, dude. Oh my... Dude, this game is so bad. It's actually terrible. They're rezzing. It's literally the worst game.
We got a renegade.
They're rezzing in there. They're rezzing in there. Push. No.
He hard knocked somebody with a rifle.
He let. Okay.
Got one.
He let them res. Edward, why didn't you break the wall? You let them res.
They're sticking me.
Oh, that was the fattest blank. I forgot. It was that guy. Yeah. How's it feel, buddy?
One towards you, John.
Okay. Just hanging out. I know.
Oh my god, really?
Use the bow right next to him. You don't have to hit him, but...
Oh,
nice, dude, that
nasty.
gets one tap.
I killed his friend, the Renegade Raider.
You got this, John.
Come on, Bloom.
He's one tap. Let's go!
I knocked one on over there, John.
Oh, grab his card.
Who's? Oh, we hearts? No.
Just grab it real quick.
Oh god, they're coming this way.
Yeah, just, is there anywhere that you can respawn? Oh, there's a respawn van right there. You can manage. That'd be good. And we can go over here and just get the loot.
Go, I'm gonna shoot at him.
Trying to get to Mock. Look at that. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to revive you guys, but at least I can get your cards.
Yeah. Crap.
No! Now they know I'm here.
Pop the half bot. He's right behind you. He's on flash.
Yep.
Oh no! He's dead. Let's
finish.
Go. Yeah. I'll pop that. Oh, you can't reboot. Do you have a cozy?
They're all weak. I hit them pretty hard.
Do you have a cozy?
That I do.
Got your change. Is it done?
No.
Oh, a sniper from 246 meters. Oh.
He's a pro, brah. He hits those.
He hits those, dude. Oh, it's pro.
I'm playing a scrim right now. I got a piss like a camel. I really got to be really bad.
I don't think there's anyone in front of the van, John.
Yeah, if you just stick the van, you might be able to do it.
Kidding me?
Yeah. 251 meters?
Look at that.
Dude, that PC cuddle is getting sweat. He hit me.
Ooh, they're distracted. They need to go get us.
You might be able to stick the van.
It's in the storm, and they're gonna be coming down.
You got it. You got it.
Just stick that. We're gonna brush every single kid we see with a pistol. Oh.
I died again because of you guys. God, dang it! Why am I such a good teammate?
You could have put a wall around you.
No, it doesn't work.
I killed a renegade raider. Let's see.
I currently have 2 viewers. Or 0 viewers. I had 10 total viewers on one thing. This one I've had, this is viewership 1, but... How is Mark in a game? Hello?
Yep, I killed a renegade raider.
Did you actually?
Yeah, I actually did.
How? Oh, during now. Okay.
Yeah.
My thing is glitched, dude.
Man, his buddies were sweats though.
Mark's still in the game? Oh, you heard backed out. Hey, you said you're gonna be on Twitch. The what?
Invite Navik. Invite Navik.
Invite Navik? No, it's too late. I read it up. Feels bad, man. I don't even know if he's playing. Resend next game. Fortnite crashed.
Robin?
Eathard's game crashed. Everybody won't be like me. Everybody won't be like me. ¿Qué pasó, Frozo? Frozo? Frozo.
What's up?
Oh, okay. He speaks English.
Tu madre es muy bonita en mi casa.
I agree.
Then we have people talking Spanish.
But we speak English though.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Dude, that scared me. Oh my, I thought that was actually true. Alright, I have no idea if this works.
That we only spoke Spanish? Were you that afraid?
No.
Oh.
Hey, what's your snap, Phantom?
Your boy does dot me.
Really?
Yeah.
What about 5 GGs?
He's not allowed to have one.
Oh.
Yeah. He has one, but he had to get rid of it.
His mom got him mad at him or what?
Mm-hmm.
Why was he sending nudes?
Sending nudes.
No, she's weird.
She was
Her and my
sending
dad are
nudes?
weird. They don't want us to do like anything social.
I'm landing here.
I mean, I heard him go, yeah, I'm gonna go climb a tree. I was like, why? You're 13-year-old. 13. You're 13. Why are you climbing a tree? I don't know.
I mean, it's fun.
Is it?
Yeah.
Climbing a tree?
Yeah.
You climb trees too or what? You climb trees too or what?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. Dude, I explode for days.
Oh, you took 5. He's underneath.
goodness, dude. I'm
Just kick
stacked
out.
on explode. I have 9 points. Or make that 6.
There's someone in the college here.
Oh, I knocked him.
Yes, mom.
Come get this guy. I knocked him. Oh my god.
Hit him a lot, hit him a lot, hit him a lot. There's another guy.
I just hit for 60 and I'm down. The guy behind us, I hit him for 60.
I'm popping a medical too. Never mind, I can't.
The hell's this kid not dead?
Good, John?
Yeah, I'm
Where is
fine.
he?
I got him.
Oh, you got him?
Yeah.
Alright.
Pick it up, our buddy.
Go pick up my card. Go pick up my card.
Go pick up his card. Go, go, go. Be a good teammate.
Go. Come on.
Watch this
You're
no
the
scope.
best teammate ever.
I can't pick it up. There's a kid on me. There's 2 kids.
In your way.
He's no shield. He's 1 tap. Got him.
There's one more. You're right. You're accurate. Ooh, no shields on this one. Got him.
Go pick up my card. Go pick up my card.
Go, go. Where's your card? Where's your card? Looking. Found it. Found it.
Look on the damn map.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mark. Okay. God. Hey.
Oh, I thought it was my edits.
Hey, I hear a chest.
The van's right there now.
I'm gonna grab this vending machine.
Not wasting any mats. Smart.
Oh, Scar Pump. You know,
I'll get the
grab
pulp.
pump. Yeah, because I haven't. I do not. Did you pop that medkit, John?
Yeah. My bad. I'm
no,
not
I
a
have
good
one.
teammate.
I'm just curious
Oh.
for Frozo.
Everybody want to be like Frozo. Everybody want to be like Frozo. Everybody have a shotty?
No.
There was a great jack.
I found a blue tack somewhere. In past that house.
Anybody have mini ammo?
I have 36.
I have none.
I don't have an SMG, so here you go, John.
Mark, you're not talking a lot.
I don't have nothing.
There we go.
Why do you want me to suck a lot? I don't have nothing.
This is squad, Mark. You gotta communicate.
I was. I said there's people on me.
Yeah, there were people on us.
Nope.
Yeah. John's just being weird.
Me?
I know that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was like,
How? How am I being weird?
Because I said
How?
there's people on me. And
I asked, do you have mini ammo? And you were just.
Did you get the mini ammo? Oh,
Yeah,
John?
No, I
Here,
just
Frozo, eat
respawned.
apples. Be healthy.
Why would I have mini ammo if I really spawn?
Because you get a pistol. With ammo.
You have merch? Yeah, I do. Believe it or not. Just photos, though.
Photos of your face?
No, of my logo. That'd be funny, though. Have photos of me like this, right? They can hang them in rooms all across America.
Is that a kid? Oh no, my eyes are broken, dude.
The retractable leash? I put it in that thing over there. I did. I put it there.
Other kids?
Let me get in zone.
Oh no,
and
no,
then-
that was a false.
You guys see people?
Let me get in zone and let me help them find something real quick.
There
Got-
might be good.
Godspeed. You found it?
Sorry.
Okay, I'll get it.
It's hard to see your chat.
Is it?
Dude, I have to rock. I have to like watch.
I left it right there.
On my phone, dude.
Why?
I have to look at notifications and stuff because I don't have 2 monitors.
I see a car.
Oh.
330. Over here.
A car?
He still uses the words. He's an actual good person because he still uses the numbers.
They drove away. Like behind here. Behind the north. I see a bridge.
I'm gonna die.
Wow,
Wait, how did I die? Oh, there were kids on nothing. One John, we need communication.
Pushed it in.
He went for 30. Wait, dynamite?
Oh.
Me too.
That was not a good idea. Not that. Oh, I know something. He's 1 HP. I know something. There's so how many tack shots are killing, dude?
I don't know.
I'm curious how much HP this kid is at. 10. Dude, I no scoped him.
I know. I can.
Another friend request. Nothing. Talking to myself. You know how it is.
Dude, it says I have 2 viewers, but I'm pretty sure that's false.
Me. What,
Are you
Mom?
watching my stream?
Mom. Don't do drugs with me on the day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, then don't play with me, Mark. Go play with somebody else. Then go play with someone else, Mark. Apparently. No.
Oh.
Oh, those are them? That's weird.
You guys, you know what? I'm gonna kill the stream's eyes, dude, by putting myself to the lowest graphics I can.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Sorry, that's like the only word I know.
Oh.
Good video, good video.
Do you know yes?
Good video. John's
I
being
know.
a jerk to me.
I know. Hola. I know.
Okay,
Como
drop in retail.
estás?
Drop in retail.
There you go. Good comms.
Drop in retail. Drop in black tops.
Do
Black
you know
top.
yes though?
I don't see no
No, I
guns
don't.
yet, but I'm dropping black tops. Haven't seen a gun yet.
See.
Dropping black tops though. No, actually I'm dropping
Dude, I
tomato.
cannot play
Tomato. Okay,
Okay.
dropping tomato. I marked that on the map. Dropping tomato. I don't see no guns yet.
Wait, why are you
I'm-
dropping?
tomato head. Yeah, tomato head. Hey, but I haven't seen no weapons yet.
I'm dropping Doc House.
Okay. I want to be right next to you in the building. Okay. Oh,
No gun.
I see a big
I think a
part.
kid landed on me.
Okay.
Not sure.
I don't know. Okay. I got a poison trap.
I got a shotgun rifle.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, I got a rift to go. Yeah, a rift to go.
I still don't have a gun.
Wow.
Trap and bandies. Oh, wood. I need wood, dude. I hear a chest. Give me something good chest.
Why would
Well, I
you
got a compact
try and
SMG.
snipe it?
Okay. Doing good. Breaking some benches. Okay, about defense over here in tomato. I don't think there's anyone on me, but
Oh, I see a pump, dude. Give me that pump. Mine.
nice. You got a pump. Real cool.
Hey,
Ooh,
I
and a
have
half
bandages for you.
Huh?
I have bandages for you.
Yeah, dude, I have bandages. Oh, when someone named John gets so weak, dude. John, I have bandages for you. Oh, kid,
I
push
can't. Take the one that's
okay.
the bottom one.
Dang it, he did follow me.
Ah, no! He's weak. Or, yeah, he's on flush.
Okay, on my way. I don't think I think I could get to John's card.
I full killed.
Okay, on my way. Oh, watch out, watch out. There's a black.
Oh, kid behind.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got him. Let's go.
Alright,
One more on top of the roof.
more people on top of the house.
No, on my way. Really? He has a good shot.
Oh my. He hits
He's on me. He's pickaxing. Oh.
I have boogie bomb.
He's flossing. Oh, he finished me?
He's boogie.
He ripped. Oh.
Now
He's
he
a-
rifted.
No, I'm falling.
Following him.
No,
Where'd he go?
I really don't know. I don't know. I lost him.
Yeah, same. Oh, I see him.
He dropped down. He dropped down.
He's in the street.
Okay.
He's in the street.
No, that's not him. That's a different person. But kill him
Oh, yeah,
anyways.
that's
He's a bot. Kill him one more time. Oh,
Got
okay. Finish. There you
Go.
go. You finished.
dead,
Okay.
he's dead.
Oh.
Watch out,
Grab it.
watch out,
Put
Logan.
that thing right there. Put the trap right there. For his card. His card's probably right there. You should put the trap. Okay.
I have like no
He's
mask.
behind the respawn van.
Oh, he just respawned.
Oh my. He just respawned his buddy.
Got one.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Got him. Go, dude.
Yeah, people coming in from north.
Alright, I'm about to
Hampshire
turn off.
West. I'm gonna go get. I'm gonna try to go get the respawn card.
Oh yeah, almost forgot. Oh, you can make it, honestly. My respawn card's 240.
Save the world thingy.
Ooh, you could get it. I think there's a legendary pump that he killed me with. Yeah, see. You can take the pump.
Let's
You
go, dude.
deserve it.
I can.
Can you take that blue shotgun for me? Like at least mine was something.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna respawn you real quick.
Okay. Okay. I like your
We
black.
can't respawn yet. Cause
I like
it's,
your black bling.
got short.
You've been playing for season 1?
Not my shot. I didn't mean to shoot.
Season 2.
Oh, okay. Do you have the Renegade Raider?
No.
Oh, okay. But that skin's still rare though.
Yeah, the rare skins I have are the battle pass skins.
Wow. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. Hey, can I tell Hello's next to the reboot band. He's right next to the reboot band.
Yeah. I see purple. Probably a scope revolver.
It's a silence pistol. I dropped it earlier.
That means you're good at the game, right? Hello?
I mean, I'm okay, but this is first game on for me yet.
Oh. You play solo squads all the time, right?
No, not really. I just play
You play solo
friends.
squads?
I've done them before.
I'm going to reboot.
Oh, wait. Not yet.
Why?
Drop my card next time so y'all can both reboot me.
Rebooted.
Wait, did you reboot the guy I have? I don't know how to
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how to.
You can reboot them, like through each person.
Okay. Oh, you didn't get Holding's card?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's that blue pump over there for you.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Ooh, look, I got a blue pump. I just found it on the floor.
Oh, Boupon.
Like, I'm not trying to bother y'all, but you got shotgun ammo?
Yeah, I got 20.
Yeah, I got you. I have
Alright.
54.
What about some AR ammo?
I have 150. I can drop you some.
Oh yeah.
Am I doing good, Holding? Holding, am I
You
doing
died.
good? I know, but he said I wasn't talking too much.
Yeah, John died, dude.
Oh, okay, so my bad.
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get this dub, boys.
Okay. I'm here. Ooh, no. Oh, man. Holding, you there?
There's a blue pump on me.
I already got one.
I have a purple one.
Thanks, though.
Wait, is John here?
Oh, no. John.
Oh, I got sniped at.
From where?
Outpost.
They're far.
I'm on my way. I don't have a sniper, though. But I'm on my way. I think there's
Oh, we
people
got
right
it.
there.
Yeah, someone got it in. Oh! I need help. Very bad.
Oh,
Whoa, language kid.
sorry.
It's a joke. You're fine.
I didn't know if you were streaming or something.
No, I am.
Alright.
But oh my gosh,
Ooh, killed one.
they're the ones on me. One hello.
Come on, high. 54 white.
He's dead.
Oh, there's a guy.
Let's go, dudes.
Those people are still at the outpost.
Yeah. Good comms.
Okay. I'm nervous.
Why? Don't be nervous.
Oh no. I want to grabbing this redeploy. Ooh. Okay.
Heavy sniper.
Oh yeah.
Y'all play PC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I play PC, but like my PC is like good enough, but it's not good at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just have a PC, but I don't have a controller.
Oh no! I'm backing out.
No, like,
Nah,
like I
I'm
play
just-
on it, I'm just not
kidding.
that good. Like I can do some stuff, but
Like, what are you using right now?
I'm just controller because I can only play for like an hour. So.
Xbox or PS4?
PS4.
Oh, why is Edward in our lobby?
I use an elite Xbox controller. What kind of PS4 controller do you
Xbox,
have, bro?
trash.
I just have a normal one.
Oh. Yeah, actually, what you got holding? He uses the controller to play.
Shows why you
A bot.
Because I'm nice to John. I'm not like James Bond. Called him a bot 20%.
I like when I call James Bond a bot because he gets mad.
He is the fattest.
He likes to steal kills though.
Hmm?
I said he loves to steal kills.
And then he's like, I'm carrying you guys. I'm like, you stole basically every single kill. He's like,
Well,
no,
I don't know how he steals kills. Like you're like
There's a
laser.
trio.
Oh, hit one
like
for 20?
every time you end the game with him,
That's a
check
full
your
squad.
assist.
Oh, okay.
Are they?
North, straight north.
I see him.
Woo, Logan.
Oh, shit, what the hell are they using?
Watch out, they way too OP. Oh my goodness, dude. These guys are spam gods.
Freaking boat, right?
Holy crap, dude. These guys are spam. So bad.
Oh my.
Dude, these kids are literal best.
Oh
I'm coming.
my
I'm pushing
God.
them.
Oh, he's on top of you? He's on top. Bottom. Oh my god. Okay. You got 25 shield and like 35 HP.
Don't have a cozy either.
Hey boys, what's up?
Oh crap. Oh my did I run out of mats or something? Because turtle oatmeal does not work.
This is gay.
Salted mixed nut. Potato waxer. Net Gary and sweat waxer.
Alright, new game, new me. We got this.
Well, you died because you didn't call nothing out, John.
I'm gonna tell mom you're being mean to me.
Alright, I don't care.
Oh, okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was weird.
Ooh, I see a heavy, north. I'm gonna grab it.
Ooh.
I need to go on creative and practice my edit. All the pros were on creative today before the World Cup. Like every single one of them.
Cause that's how they roll.
They even practice a swim at the end.
I mean, if you're playing for a $10 million tournament or a $100 million tournament, whatever, however much it is.
It's like 1,000.
I only said 1 million.
Oh, there's a lot of numbers being used right now.
And then the guys that won only got like 6 grand each, or together. So they're gonna split.
Yeah, because they're prize money, so they split it.
Dude, honestly.
So all that work for 6 grand.
Scenes, dude, are so
6 grand is still 6 grand though.
But it's 3,000 each. You could have got a job.
6 grand.
Blue air landing on tomato.
He's gonna give you 6 grand for free.
Well, technically, it's not free.
There's a great attack on me if someone wants a shot or needs a shotgun.
Oh wow! I'm ready for endgame. Jeez.
Wow.
I should land over here more often.
What do you have?
What happened?
Pump. Blue pump right here. Attack. Jump pad. Nice.
I don't trust you as a jump pad.
I don't want.
What Chugalo?
Nice, I got 12 rockets.
Oh yeah, I'll just strengthen them. Obviously.
Yeah, don't land it here or what?
Here, I'll take it. Pop mini, slurp, chug, grab the dynamite. Perfect. I can carry.
You're a sniper and I'm set up for in-game.
Exactly. I just need ammo. AR ammo. Other than that, I'm set.
Wow.
Surprised no one won regional.
I pot on me if anyone needs it.
Drink it?
I'll just carry it.
I'll grab these gliders instead of them. You know me too.
There, but meantime.
I'll grab that. Unless someone wants to contest it. Does someone else want that, or can I?
Yeah,
You want?
That was place related.
My friends are dying right now for some reason.
That's not good.
When I get some music, I can just try to for this more than not. Kids drifted. Southeast.
In your way?
No idea.
Cluster, cluster, everybody
I
cluster.
see him. It's 2. 22 and 1.
almost knocked one.
Yeah, no way.
There's 3, Tag 22 again.
I think they're landing
coming
on
down.
this roof.
33.
Trying to get him on the low ground.
Knocked one.
Nice. They have a bow, watch out.
Yeah, they try to hit me with it.
They have new pumps, watch out.
Oh, I'm getting sniped from over there. Oh, Mark.
He missed his shot, dude.
Oh.
He's got high ground, be careful.
Uh-oh. I'm dead. Dude! Why am I the one getting sweated on? Holy Christ. I hate this game so much. They sweat so hard. John, they're below.
Did they pick up their buddy? That's not.
I have no idea. Probably. They probably managed to do it. Nice.
360'd him.
Why is
Ow.
Edward and Dusty?
Ah.
Oh my god, dude.
7.
Oh. Tired of this game, dude. My game crashed again. 7.
Oh, guess Mark got off. Alright. All by myself. Alright, later, Edward. Thanks for checking out the stream. Believing in the dream.
Last game, boys. Hello, does anybody have a mic? Hello, anybody?
Who is anybody?
You're anybody.
No, that's not my name.
Oh, well then you're somebody.
No, I don't know somebody.
You don't know
I'm
somebody?
AK7.
Oh.
He was playing with you, bro.
It's okay. I like to mess around.
Why you make sound like a walkie-talkie?
Wait, what? It does?
Yeah.
That's weird. Sounds cool though. I like it.
Alright, sounds weird. At the police, the mic.
Oh, yeah. I'm a good kid, so I've never heard of police mic.
Did you guys see anybody else come?
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
people
there's
here.
one person on me.
Oh yeah.
I'm scared. Do it. Do it.
Got him.
Okay. Good, I dodged. Okay. Darn it.
There's another guy right here.
Good job, team.
Wow, he's really trying to get the med kit. Wow. So petty.
That's not something a teammate would say.
Oh shit. They got me.
No, mi amigo.
He's weak.
Nice.
Now get my card.
Yeah, my card's in there. I would appreciate it.
Have a med kit
16,
for-
15. Let's go.
Yay, I'm still in the game. You're my favorite teammate, Flip. That's teamwork. That's teamwork.
Are you clapping right now?
I am clapping.
I have 2 med kits.
And we just clapped them dudes.
No, but we don't need medkit. We 100.
We need con.
The other guy. Flip guy does.
Flippy.
We need guns to kill people. That's what we
Do you
need.
want one? Med kit?
What's going on, Silence?
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
I think I
Let's
have one.
pull up here.
I need ammo.
We don't have the best guns in the world.
43
We are
and 48.
our best.
Charge that one. Okay, I'm getting some ammo right now. Got mini. One for everybody. Come.
I'm coming. What is your GPU? It's a 1080 Ti. Trying to upgrade to 2080.
my god, more minis. Come here, there's some minis over there.
2 for me. You're number 1.
Oh, I flip. Where is I flip? Oh, right here. I flip. Here.
Where we heading, boys?
Where do you guys want to go?
I'm a fan of Loot Lake, but it's a team sport, so y'all tell me.
Yeah, no, it's good. I don't know what Flip is doing. He's probably good.
You leave that man alone, he clutched it. I see, no. Yep,
People
I see
away?
2 tangos.
3.
Sometimes hit those.
7. Oh my god, this shitty weapon.
50. 50. One has no shield way in the back. He might be healing up. Oh, he's waiting for me. They're both waiting for me to peek. Guys, I'm scared.
Oh shit! You fucking sniping!
Oh, no way. Get him back, bro. Oh god, they beamed me. I hit those.
Yeah, they hit those.
Oh god.
Oh, who got the med key? I need it.
I have no more mats. No shield? Yeah, no shield. I got 2 mats.
Give it to me. What's your name?
Jenna.
Where are you? I don't see you.
I'm gonna die, I think. Right above me.
God, they're waiting for me to
I don't know. Oh, the fuck.
Oh, with the thirst.
You should have bring the mech.
Damn.
GG, boys.
Sorry.
Catch me on Twitch.
Oh my god.
What? Oh my goodness. What is that? What are those? Taking forever, but hold on. LOL King, I know what you did. If I only knew then what I know now, then what I know now. Given the benefit of the doubt. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I just don't know. I just don't know anymore.
No.
Thank you for the follow. LOL1 King. Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Do the other two have a mic?
I don't think so.
A TTV with no mic.
That's how you know he's not a real TTV.
Sure that, homie. You're smart. How's your night been going?
It's been alright, I just finished a bunch of schoolwork.
There you go.
I'm playing Fortnite.
That's how you release stress.
But you need help?
No.
Okay.
I was bouncing around in the lava. Wasn't too smart of me.
Oh, okay.
Hola, hello, hello.
Hola, ¿cómo está? There's a bunch of freaks on this game. He's a duck.
I can tell. He's
Thank you.
Shut the fuck up with this thing. Oh my god. AIDS.
That's funny.
God, I got so shit.
Oh, where'd you go? Oh, y'all are in Sunny Step.
Go, anxiety's back.
He's fixing his stream.
There's a big right here for someone. Wow, Zyko left. I literally saw him die. Stupid ass guy.
Oh, he jumped off.
No. He like left. Just left his team.
Ah.
It's okay though. I got all of his mats. He had a shitload.
What a weirdo.
You know. Probably has the big gay. Oh, there's people. Fuck. Actually, no. Don't go right there. Careful, anxiety. Unless you want to go with me. I don't want to go alone. Anxiety. There's people on our trail. Oh fuck. Northeast.
Almost there, boys.
Alright. They're somewhere in Dusty, I think. Now. Over there.
Having a sniper war. Not one thing, it's another.
Oh, damn it. Come on. Oh, God damn it, bro.
Oh, really?
Good job, good job. Oh,
Jesus Christ. GG's.
gee.
Later, guys. Thanks for checking out the stream. We really appreciate it. Have a good night.